were promised jobs. So I felt I felt unhappy at first. And then I was saying some things, and then one guy came to me and said, see, if you talk too much, most of these people that are around here, they will lock you up here, and then everybody will go, you will not go because you're asking a lot of questions. So that calmed me kind of. I had to like stop asking questions. After a while, they came, took passports, as in passport photograph of everyone, and then it was that guy's idea of not talking that made me not to ask anything. Few hours later, they came with passports. The passport that got to me had my picture, not my name, and every other detail on it wasn't me. So when they gave me the passport, okay, I had to memorize everything on the passport. Like, you are compelled to, you don't have a choice, because that's like your gateway to wherever you're supposed to go to. So we took these things. Few minutes later, the bike guys came back. They took all of us again. You know the bike the person you entered with before, just enter with the person and then we moved on. So we continued till we got to the border between, I don't know if it's Niger and Nigeria though. So the immigration officers there, they'll take your passport, ask you, what's your name? You tell them your name. How old are you? You tell them. They just check. They give it back to you. So it wasn't like they were doing any critical check. They just, that question was the only thing they asked me. I don't know if they asked others any other thing, but that was what they asked me. And that was a pass for me, because as soon as I said my name, and then I skipped a part where I had to teach one of my sisters, because she is not learned. She got married when she was in primary 6, so she didn't go to school, and she has been in the village all her life. So I had to like teach her her name, the name on this thing. So I was helping her memorize her own name as well as memorizing mine. So it was something very silly that, of course, if I had a clue about irregular migration or human trafficking, I would have at least known that I was getting into something stupid, something that wouldn't be good for me. And then we left. The bike guys took us to a certain place where they had buses. They put a lot of us in one bus. I had to sit in the booth. So in that booth, it was raining that evening. It was, let's say, around 8 before the bus left. So it was raining. The raindrop was on my body. Despite the fact I didn't have enough clothes on, I was cold. I was shivering. And it's not like when you're shivering, somebody else would help you, because everyone is actually trying to save themselves. So no one is actually looking out for you. So you have to do something to help yourself. So I had to like draw. There is something they used to cover the bus. I had to like draw that thing to cover myself. So we moved on. After a while, I think they heard police, police. The next thing, the drivers drove to a certain place, parked the car, zoomed off. We didn't know where they went to. After a while, other cars came. If they call your connection, you join another vehicle. If they call your connection, you join another vehicle. Just like that, they just shared us into different groups. We left. Spent about a day plus on the road till we got to Agadez. Now, when we got to Agadez, someone just told us that this is Agadez. Oh. I say, yeah, Agadez. I met some people, and then the first room where they took us to everywhere was filled with flies. I couldn't take it, so I was like, oh God, what is this? Those girls there, they started laughing. They were laughing. I was like, how are you guys comfortable in this kind of environment? They said, you never see anything, you know. They stood up, left the room, came back, they were still laughing. I was like, no. So my sisters told me that you should just try and keep quiet and just observe rather than say your feelings. It's as if you're just showing them who you are. I just kept quiet. I was not enduring the whole thing. They fly everywhere. I sat in a corner. I was just reflecting over the journey from Nigeria to that point. A few days, about 4 days later. So that should be like, okay, that's like 4 days, 4 to 5 days now to get to that place, because it was from Benin to Kano itself was a day till the next morning. So from that Kano to that Agadez in Niger was about, okay, let's just say 3 days. Okay, so from that point to that night, they didn't actually move us. We're still there till about 4 days. And then on the 4th day, they came, they told us, okay, to get ready. Everybody get ready, you'll be leaving this night. People were excited. Me, I wasn't really excited because I didn't really understand we are leaving. Like, we are leaving to where? So my bros was like, they said we are going to buy gallon. Buy gallon? We don't have money. We didn't even, they gave us just 10,000 naira when we were leaving each. So we don't have money. How much is the gallon? He said they are selling in Sefa. It's not naira, so because we are not in Nigeria. So I said, okay, find out how much it is. At the end of the day, what we had left with us was unable to buy us the gallon because we were buying small ones, big ones, small ones for each person. So at the end of the day, we sold the only phone that was with us. And the phone was not in our possession. It wasn't in my possession or in the girl's possession. It was only the guy that was authorized to use the phone to update them. So it was more like they were working with the guy. These people carrying us were working with the guy. I've never met the guy before. He's not really my cousin. He's married to one of our cousins, so I don't even know him. Now, it's more like they've already had this whole thing planned out before calling on us to come and join the guy. So the guy said he's going to sell the phone. When we get to Libya, he will get another phone. Me, I wasn't worried initially. Just get us water, since they said everybody would need water. We didn't bother to ask, what do we need the water for? Since they said buy, just buy. He bought the gallon, they filled it with water. So we had to carry it to the place where they were loading that night. So in the night, they started loading. I noticed each Hilux was carrying about 29 people. For my Hilux, they had about 29 people. So now the guys, the ladies will sit in, the guys will sit around the Hilux. So they have this wood that the guys will use to sit. And then they were arranging it like that till it got to our own turn. Now for the girls, you sit, you open your legs, someone else sits, just like that. That was the arrangement. Then for me, I had to sit around the, what's it called, where you can rest your back. But I was sitting on a keg of fuel. That's another story. I was sitting on a keg of fuel. So for me, I felt that was a comfortable place, right? I put my bag on the keg of fuel and then I sat on it. So I was feeling like that's more comfortable. I was even saying the other people sitting inside the Hilux will be feeling hot and they will be having a lot of challenges. So I don't want to stay there. I prefer where I was. Now, within 1 day from that place, because all the Hilux moved at the same time, like all the vehicles moved at once, they started going. It was as if the more we went in, if they drive from one, would I even say up to a pole, the vehicle will sink. All the guys will come down. The lighter ladies will stay inside. If you're heavy, you come down. The guys will have to remove the sand. The Hilux will move to the front, we'll jump in again, the Hilux will move, get just one pole again. This thing continued for the whole day. It was tiring. And to worsen it, they were beating the guys. Like, when it's time to pack this sand, if they don't see your hand doing it, the drivers have this whip, this pipe that you use to put fuel in their vehicle was what they were using to whip the guys. Like, at some point I started crying because there was this guy that looked really soft. I don't think he's from Edo State. I can't remember where he's from. Well, at some point he broke down, like, he was like, which kind of suffer be this? Which kind of suffer be this? Now travel, they travel, I no keep person, you know. They were beating them in such a way that ordinarily it was heartbreaking. That after that whole day, in the night, they packed us somewhere. And then I met someone from my place, from another Hilux. The guy started telling me stories. We were just gisting. And then it was more like few hours, let's say it was getting to like midnight. This kind of breeze just started blowing towards us and then bringing sand. It was then it dawned on me that most of the sand heaping was actually done by that breeze. It was like rain. So very scary. I just told the guy, is this thing going to bury us? He smiled and said, if you bury us now, it's just like we are trying to make it in life and then we did not survive. I was like, God, don't allow me to die here. That was the first fear. So the guy said, just lie down and use something to cover yourself. If you cover yourself, probably you'll sleep off. Because I didn't see sleep. Most people were already sleeping, but I could not imagine myself sleeping in that kind of environment. I didn't know there was more waiting for us ahead. So after that night, the next morning, the drivers came. I took my brush. I want to brush my teeth. They said, wait, I want to brush. One guy said, with which water? This water that we are reserving, we want to drink. I said, I'm not going to brush. The guy said, even buy brush. They were laughing, you know. Some kind of weird behavior from some of the guys and the ladies. They were laughing. I better go reserve the water. I said, hey, God, so I'm not going to brush my mouth. I can't even wash my face. The guy said, you don't even brush, you wash face, you know. They were just saying a lot of things. And then the driver didn't even wait for anyone to brush, so we had to jump in. That was the first heartbreak for me. Like, okay, now I'm going to just be smelling and dirty till we get to our destination, and who knows how long this journey is.
Yes, with 2024 in sight, many, if not all of us, will be paying attention to how to make it a year with a difference in our homes, in our businesses, and our very choices. Today on Today with John and Helen live, we will be having someone check his crystal ball and predict how corporate women will scale up in the new year. Welcome to the show, Today with John and Helen live. I am John Sanaya, and I'm happy to be here with you as always.
And for starters, on this show with John and Helen, we will be looking inwards at the greatness of African flavors and how we as Africans are faring in the global cuisine space. Are we unraveling the secret behind our glorious jollof rice? Our guests should tell us all about that. I want to welcome you specially to the show. I'm Oma Helen Odele, and we have with us our lady with a beautiful smile, Chizobam Ofegu. Chizobam will be talking about storytelling with her guests and undoing the demonization of African culture. Chizobam, how far?
I mean, that will be very telling, but you know what, Helen, I can tell you for sure and for free that this discussion will be an eye-opener for all of us. You don't even want to imagine how battering our mindsets have been subjected to over the years. How much battering our mindsets have been subjected to over the years. Cultural conversations on this program today with John and Helen live. It's going to be bam, bam.
Bam.
And that's coming from Bam.
Scary.
Bam.
Wow. Looking forward to the Bam Bam session with Chizobam. Well, before we do that, let's check what's been happening around us. Cheers. You've been around town. You've been very busy this week. What to think of?
I have been very busy this week. And of course, what I noticed, if I said to myself that, shouldn't we just replace these keke napeps with, we should go back to the Okada bikes?
Why?
Because they're a greater threat to our lives now. The keke napep people, the way, it's like they try to imagine themselves as cars, and on the other hand, they remain as bikes. So I think something really has to be done to check them.
I think it's not about the vehicle for me.
Okay.
I think it's about the riders.
Oh yeah, all put
Because
together.
the people you see riding or driving those things don't look like riders or drivers one bit. And in fact, I had an experience this morning, so I agree with you
Yes.
that the government of Lagos State needs to take another look.
Yes.
In fact, the transport ministry needs to take another look at that.
Yes.
You know, true. Any other issue? What did you?
I mean, still on the bike issue, like, are you going to the markets and kekes, there's a restriction limit to where they can go into.
Yes.
So like this Christmas period where the markets are going to be very crowded,
Yeah.
we have pregnant women and everything who have to navigate these inroads on their feet. I
Yeah.
think bikes need to come back.
Bikes need to come
Yeah,
back.
bikes need to come back. They do.
What an irony.
Okay.
Irony of
Anything
fate.
government has done awfully, beautifully, well.
Oh yeah, well, let's talk about Lagos State government. I'm enjoying all the new bridges.
Yeah.
The one at Tejo Show, the one at Oyingbo, and the other one at
I said
Ikeja.
it. You've been about town.
I've
Yeah,
been about town.
apparently. You really
I'm really, really enjoying those bridges. So
Okay.
thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Thank you.
When
Thank
you
you,
do well,
Lagos.
we acknowledge that and we say well done. So well done to our own governor, Lagos State, and everybody else in the team that's helping us to enjoy these smart city.
Yeah.
Yes, it's getting
Smart
smarter
city.
by the day, yeah? Okay. I will take a break just about now. Today with John and Helen live returns in just a moment. Please, please, please don't go away. All right, this is Today with John and Helen live, and you're watching us from Plus TV Africa. We are on DSTV channel 408 and Star Times 308. The Christmas frenzy has kicked in, and I'm beginning to wonder, with all the financial pressure that we've gone through this year, you know, we're beginning to refer to 2023 as if it's gone.
In the
We're still in
past.
2023, and I will be able to have all of the thrills and the frills of Christmas as we always do. That's our prayer.
Huge question, Helen. Huge. And as we inch closer and closer to Christmas, things are beginning to move at such an unbelievable pace. It's frightening. We will be having our guest on the show, and I'm really so excited about it. Guest should be talking about how much impact African spices have had around the world. Our guest is here with us, and she's waiting too. Yeah?
Yes, she is here, and our first guest is Chef Obehi Ehomu, owner and executive chef at Honor Lagos, an honor cloud who has helped shape the conversation around Nigerian food and Nigerian spirits while restoring pride and continuous growth for the local farmers and artisans. Obehi has been a panel judge in several local and global food competitions such as the Kitchen Nigeria, the world's 50 best restaurants, and was featured in this year's BBC's Africa Renaissance series by Afua Hirsch and Ebony Magazine, amongst many others. She was raised between the US, Nigeria, and South Africa, picking up a diverse range of culinary influences along the way. And that's why she's here on the show today. John, take it over.
Yes, and I must add that she graduated from South Africa's top culinary school after obtaining a business management and international business degree from the Ella College of Management at the University of Arizona. And since returning to Nigeria in 2016, she has successfully built a high, reputable brand in the food and beverage industry.
Awesome.
Huge.
Awesome, huge. So now, Chief Obehi,
Chef.
Chef Obehi, welcome to the show. We call it Today with John and Helen Live, and it's a family, lifestyle, impactful show that we have once every week. It's good to have you on the show.
Thanks for having me.
And you're looking like, what are these people talking about? here? Kind of. I like your chef outing. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
John?
Yeah, well, before we fire our questions, Obey, Chef Obey.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Can I just say Obey?
Obehi sounds good.
Obehi sounds good. So tell us, what in the world inspired you to take such a rare interest in flavors and spices?
I believe in the layering of indigenous ingredients. I believe in using ancestral techniques. So
Ancestral techniques.
yes, so age old. So fermentation, drying, salting. So in Nigeria, we actually have a lot of that we actually do, but we don't talk enough about it. For example, the iru, the salted fish. We have our fermented rice, which is our ofada. There's a lot of things that we do to preserve food. So when I say ancestral, I'm talking more about how did we, back in the day, preserve food and increase the flavor, like amplify flavors, right? So at Ona, which is my restaurant, Ona Lagos, we actually focus a lot on how to like marry tradition and innovation, right?
Tradition and innovation.
Yes.
Okay, and it gives, of course, you're all about the flavor
Yes.
and also the benefits,
Yes.
you know, of the food that we eat. Now, how would you describe the African flavor? The Indians have theirs, the Arabs have theirs, and so on. So what's ours?
So the thing is, I will start by defining flavor, right? Flavor is basically a culmination of taste, which is like the saltiness, the sweetness, sourness, bitterness, piquancy, umami, what the taste buds can feel, right? And then there's aroma. So we actually take, flavor is not just taste buds, it's actually what you smell. For example, I can cook and I can smell when food is done, when it's ready, right? You can actually smell the salinity, you can smell a lot of things, you can pick up flavors and different parts of food if you actually attune your senses to these things, right? And then there's mouthfeel. You put something in your mouth, how does it coat your mouth? How does it feel? The butteriness, like how does it feel? Like how does your body, how does your mouth, you know, taking that feeling? And then there's the X factor, which is basically emotion, right? I would say that food is very emotional. For example, I'm sure you would say that, say for example, my mom's banga is the best banga I've ever had,
Okay.
right? It's emotional. It's about how you feel. It's about, yeah, just, I mean, I feel like the heart tastes as much as the tongue tastes, you know.
Okay.
So,
So the African flavor takes care of all of that.
the African
smell.
flavor has a lot of that. It has, I believe the African flavor is both heat, umami. We have that like nice saltiness. We have also, there is also a way in which we do, like the smell, the palm oil. There's something about what we do that is just fantastic.
I
The
like-
mama puts
Right,
in,
yes.
you know, the
Yes,
homemade
yes,
thing.
yes.
I like the aspect of the sentiments behind
Yes,
the
there's a lot of sentiment.
behind the spices,
Yes.
and that's really true. Come to
Yes.
think of it. Now, now that we have witnessed an upsurge in exporting our Nigerianness to the world, I have a question for you on that as it affects our flavors and our spices. Now, when you say positioning African flavors in the global cuisine, do we mean creating actual products like spices, you know, a curated food experience, or both?
I believe it has to be a double-edged sword. It has to be both. It has to be a two-pronged approach, right?
Okay.
So at Ona, for example, we are very big on creating flavors that are uniquely Ona. So that's the culinary creations I was trying to explain about earlier. So we, for example, we have a chili sauce that we basically create that is, we mix a few African chilies, Nigerian chilies with African chilies, and we ferment it for 7 days. So it ages. It ages beautifully, and it's not too spicy. It doesn't burn. The bohi I talk about, it doesn't burn like your tongue in front.
palate,
It
yeah.
like just literally like coats, and it's like it enhances the flavors of the cuisine. So I believe that, for example, you take that chili, for example, and take a few other things that I feel like we need to actually how do I put this, harness in our ingredients. So what we do is we take an ingredient, right, and we try to find out the best way to pay it the full respect to that particular ingredient. So every ingredient has its
has the respect that it's paid to it. So culinary creations is definitely important, but also the experience is also very important. I believe there has to be a warmth, like you're eating African food. For example, dining at Ona, there's the lighting, the ambience. It's all we're using clay plates. It has to be this beautiful warmth, like you're dining in Africa. There is a beautiful majesticness of it all,
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
So
I'm beginning to feel like
I'm
I should be eating
salivating.
something from Oda right now.
I'm salivating already. Yeah.
Okay,
great.
at some point when we started this conversation, you mentioned something like we haven't or we are not talking enough about the African cuisine and the African flavor. So, in a summarized fashion, what is our penetration plan or your penetration plan for realizing this goal, the goal of having to talk more and getting people to know more about the African flavor?
I believe food is a very strong language. Food is a language of change, right? I believe we can use our African ingredients and our food here as a soft power. And it's also like a journey back to self, right? And also like understanding what it is that our forefathers have done, how they did it, why they did it. You understand? Penetration plan will most likely include having more of what we do, like having more very majestic Nigerian dining experiences where everything is thought out, the whole dining experience from walking into sitting down. And not just having it here in Africa, but having it, basically like globalize it.
Festivals, kind of.
That would be beautiful, of course. That would be definitely beautiful. We need to experience our culture in our own way, right?
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
This is beginning to sound like wine tasting for me. The way you've been able to pick the individual tastes of African blends, of spices, and it's so exciting. Now, what core resources are needed, to help African chefs, realize this goal? With respect to the human capital, the financial support, government partnership maybe, and other things.
I think definitely government needs to play a role in that because a lot of the young creatives today, they need support. They need amplification of their voices, of what they're trying to do. The economy has gotten really difficult this year in particular.
Can't say that again.
Yes, and everyone feels it, but for creatives, it could be discouraging because, you can't create in survival mode. It's really difficult.
We can't create in survival.
Yes, you need to have a certain level of it's difficult. So definitely there needs to be support from government, from I guess like capital raise and all these other things. The festival you're talking about, maybe use that to also like help assist and garner resources.
Okay. For you being in this space, you should be able to tell us how we're doing, and when I mean how we're doing, I mean how are Africans across the globe, how are they faring with regards to opening up more opportunities, more restaurants, African-based restaurants in a lot more countries besides Nigeria, around the world. How well are we doing?
I believe we could do better. I feel like there's definitely room for change, but we're doing well right now. The conversation around African, especially West African food, is beautiful at the moment. Thanks to places like Ikoyi London, Eton here in Nigeria. There's a few other restaurants that are doing really well. Of course, Ona.
Because Nigerians travel abroad,
Yeah.
and really, when they come home, it's like they're famished. They've been deprived of
Yes.
the African
The
flavor
flavors,
and
the
African
flavors, the experience,
food.
yeah.
So I'm like, what happens to all of the places you live out there? Don't you have enough of that?
It goes back to the emotional thing, right? It's what you've been raised on. There's a nostalgia. You've been raised on African cuisine. You go anywhere else, you're longing for it.
Yeah.
Just like Koreans, just like Chinese, just like anybody else in the world. They're longing for their nostalgia, for their childhood experiences. So I would say that we are doing a good job, but definitely there needs to be a bit more promotion, even like what you said earlier, like by government and whatnot. We need to have more restaurants. We need to have more food festivals that are, but it would take time. but the conversation is looking good. I would say it's looking
The
good.
conversation is looking good, and the competition is also looking good. I'm making reference to the jollof war between Nigeria and Ghana.
Ghana.
But what it says to me actually is that jollof rice in Ghana would taste different from jollof rice in Nigeria, even different parts of Nigeria, because of the way we have picked our
Ingredients.
ingredients. You know,
The terroir, a lot of things.
what do you have to say about that?
I love both.
Honestly,
Honestly,
is
I
the
love
war healthy?
the war is healthy because I do believe that it shows passion. It
Yes.
shows passion for I mean your food, and it makes the world actually look and focus that what are they talking about? I want to taste this. I want to know more about this. It helps, it boosts the conversation. Yes.
Okay, I haven't had a taste of the Ghanaian jollof
The
rice.
shito makes it really good. Yeah.
Okay, so as we get ready to wind up this conversation, would you say that this competition and awareness creation and all of it, does it help in promoting and penetrating the flavors and African cuisine globally? And what more needs to be done?
I think we need to also, as individuals, look at our cuisine from a different angle. I believe that we it's almost like with the sea finish, which it shouldn't be, right? It's something where we need to also not think about our cuisine as it's only at home that we'll pay this amount. We should see that our cuisine can actually be put on an international fine dining stage
Especially
and
with
do.
social media buzz. I mean,
Yes.
a lot of people are now having all kinds of restaurants online. You don't need the space anymore.
No, ghost kitchens work too. Yeah, I think it's just the mindset. We need to understand that our food is fantastic, and I mean, what we do, we take the underdogs of the African kitchen and we elevate it to stardom.
Yeah.
So we need to also see that our food is fantastic, and we need to not, it's also, we need to see that we're way more than meets the eye. And it's funny because it's actually Asians and other cultures that see our ingredients and like, what? It's amazing, you know? But our ingredients are amazing, and we need to see it for what it is so we can actually elevate it, and, you know. So it starts with also self.
Yeah.
I think it starts with self.
For me, what's left is just an invitation from Chef Obi
To go to
honor.
see you.
So, do I have an invitation?
Of course, sure.
You know, they say that food is what you eat is who you are. Yeah, food. So it's not about the flavor alone, but about the health benefits. You know, it's what kind of food you eat that keeps you alive or leads you closer to, the other end. Quickly, in a minute, talk to me about the health value of the African cuisine and its flavor.
Oh, I believe it's deeply healthy. Our cuisine is we're very afraid of jadi and a lot of sickness. But I feel like our food is very. I mean, think about bitter leaf, for example.
Spices and all.
Think about there's so many things in our cuisine that's we have. Most of our soups are green leafy, soups. We are very big on healthy diet. Although the palm oil does come into play, but then palm oil actually is quite healthy. I would argue that, because I know a lot of people like talk crap about palm oil, but it's really healthy. It's not like regular vegetable oil and whatnot, but it does heal. Maybe not cooked over a long time, because when it's cooked over a long time, it does lose a lot of the nutrients. Not a lot of it also, of course. So maybe less of it, more like water based, But yeah, our cuisine is quite good, and I think it's quite healthy. It just depends on less swallow.
Okay.
That's filler. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
that's another level, for another conversation.
For another conversation.
But right about now, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much. In the past, when they say chef, we're looking at, those Oyibo people with long cap. So the chefs are coming closer to us now, and we feel good about that. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
coming
ma'am.
to the show this morning?
Well, shouldn't we just set up our cuisine corner
Yeah, so
today with
regular.
John and Helen, and we have Chef Obey with us, to tell people more about our flavors and our spices. So, thank you so much, Chef Obey.
Thank you. Thank you,
for being
Helen.
with
Thank you,
us.
John.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. All right, so I'm sure we have asked her all the questions that you would have loved to ask. We hope, and she has obliged us. She's here, and you've heard all that you needed to hear about her special cuisine at Ona here in Nigeria, and a lot more African and Nigerian-based restaurants and cuisines across the world. If you haven't been trying anything special, I think you should from this point. We'll take a very quick break just to get us ready and you ready to meet our second guest. It's Today with John and Helen live. Don't go away. Thanks a million for your company. This is still Today with John and Helen live, coming to you from Plus TV Africa, channels 408 DSTV and 308 Star Times. We are a family-friendly show, and our aim is to get you better as a family, get you better in your business and whatsoever it is that you're up to. And today we have a guest, our second guest for the show is Dr. Abiola Salami, and I'm sure a lot of people will be asking me at this point, what's a Salami doing in our terrain, and I mean in our world as women? Yes, Dr. Abiola Salami is one of those women-friendly men, and he's looking to helping women scale up their businesses and progresses in the year 2024. And he's looking through his crystal ball at this moment, and helping the corporate women come 2024.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Dr. Abiola Salami is the convener of the Peak Performer TM and principal performance strategy at CHAMP, a full-scale professional services firm. He's an alumnus of Harvard University, LBS, and American Government International Visitor Leadership Program, that's the IVLP. He is a member of the prestigious Forbes Coaching Council. He holds doctorate degree in behavioral modification and performance improvement by California Metropolitan University. He is the editor-in-chief and publisher of the Peak Performer Africa. He's also the convener of the Peak Performing Woman of the Year, an initiative dedicated to empowering and celebrating women. He is also an author of Get Mad, You Can Make a Difference, which has a foreword by Dr. Christopher Kolade, CON, who says, it's a man's world, foreword by Dr. Mo Abudu. The Magic of Emotional Intelligence, foreword by Professor Dana H. Bourne of Harvard University. And his latest work is The Peak Performing Woman's Companion, with a special review by Lady Maiden Alex Ibro.
Wow.
Awesome.
Wow. Well, let me just quickly add that Abiola was awarded one of United Nations top 100 most influential people of African descent class of 2020. Other awards include Africa's most influential coaching leaders by the Duo of African Leadership Awards and World HRD Congress, and Global Coaching Champions 2021 by World Coaching Congress. Awesome. Profile.
We said that together.
Profile, Dr. Abiola Salami. I wish we had you right here, live in the studio. But not to worry, having you over there is good enough. Welcome to the show. We call it today.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I'm sure that sometimes
chop up, just chop up, yeah.
So
we'll do the in-studio thing very soon. I'm sure one of the Saturdays
Yes.
I'll be right there with you.
So, Dr. Abiola Salami, I'll go back to Helen's first question. What are you looking for in a woman's world?
Great question. I think that I am in our world, and that world, I mean the human world, every one of us. I'm in that world, and I said this to you some years ago when I released my first book dedicated to women. The title of the book was "Who Says It's a Man's World?" forward by Dr. Mo Abudu.
Okay.
And so there were women reading the book, gaining insights, and then they keep sending us mails, emails, to just appreciate the work we're doing. And the interesting thing with the mails they sent to us is their opening of the email always is, my dear sister, thank you very
Wow.
much for
Oh
the
my
great
goodness.
work you are doing. And initially we were wondering why were women thinking that it's only a
It had to be a
woman,
woman.
that this has to be a woman. But what we found that, my name is unisex. If you
Yes,
understand
Abiola.
your language, so they assume that the person is female. And what I believe is that you don't necessarily have to be part of a demography
Yeah.
for you to create solutions and intervention for the demography. That is what empathy really means. Empathy means that you've taken time, to dedicate your resources to unearthing the issues and providing strategic insights to help deal with the issue.
Correct.
I strongly believe that we don't have to be anti-man to be pro-woman. Neither do we have to be pro-man to be anti-woman.
Well.
So, and many
Awesome.
times when people are having this conversation, they just assume that, the moment you are for women, it means you're against men, or the moment you are for men, it means you're
You're
against
against
women.
women.
If we really
Okay.
want to build an inclusive society, which is what the conversation is, inclusion, if we want to really build an inclusive society, we must ensure that we empower women, celebrate women, and we must ensure that as well we don't overcompensate, which is what a lot of individuals and organizations are doing. So we're talking about inclusion and equality.
Okay.
And then you see that there are a lot of interventions that are moving from, instead of striking the balance between the two, leaning towards one side.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're not a mommy's boy, okay? You're just a guy in the corporate world who has found a niche and a gap, for information, enlightenment, and education that benefits whoever you are, woman or man. Yeah? That's established.
Yes.
So right now, Dr. Salami, in the context of competitive environments, what specific challenges over the years do women often encounter that you have found out, and how can they navigate these challenges effectively in the new year, 2024?
Great question. Great question. And there are a number of them, but I want to focus on one because of our time. And that one is imposter syndrome.
Imposter.
Imposter syndrome. And let us first understand what this imposter syndrome thing means. It is a self-doubting tendency that a woman has that leads her, to feel skeptical or undeserving of her accomplishments. So now she's no more on the bottom of the food chain. She's been elevated. So she's seeing herself, that, so I have all this people now reporting to me, or I'm the one that delivered this performance and everybody's appreciating me. Now, it doesn't mean she's now a C-level executive at the very top of the organization yet. Even the fact that she has risen from level 1 to 2, 2 to 3. And so there's that tendency, for that woman to continue to feel skeptical or undeserving of the accomplishment, saying, oh me, I know, how could I have, been in this place? And then she's actually in the place, she's in the office, they're bringing her approvals to sign. She's seeing that she's now the big madam, in this organization. And something in her head, there are whispers, somebody will say village people, there are whispers saying that, you're just a woman, you're not good enough. You're too young to be this.
Yeah.
Your family, nobody from your family has done this before. So really they will take this away from you soon. And then the woman is in the office, but she's unable to function effectively in the office because of the things going on in her mind. And you see, according to research, one of the big 4 consulting firms in the world conducted a research not too long ago. And their research revealed that almost 75% of female executives across industries have faced imposter syndrome. Now, while almost 47% of female executives were in disbelief about reaching the level of their success, they can't believe that this is where they are. And the reason it's a big problem is not just their inability to function where they are right now, it's about tomorrow. it's about the next phase, because success is not a destination. It is something you keep improving on, you keep getting to new levels. And
Okay.
so when imposter syndrome has crippled you on level one, it prevents you from moving ahead to level two.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Salami, we'll have to move a little quickly here because there's one question that's been bothering me, for a while. Now, considering your expertise, could you share strategic approaches? Because we want to know how this can be done. Could you share with us strategic approaches or initiatives that corporate organizations can implement to empower and facilitate the growth of women in the new year?
Fantastic question. Fantastic question. One of the things organizations can do is to continue to provide platforms to train women. Platforms to train women, not just on technical skills now, but especially on confidence building. On confidence building. You see, for many women, and this is from the work I've done from research, for many women are not confident of themselves, confident of their skills, and so you find some women who think that confidence is arrogance. So they go all the way to the other side and they are arrogantly trying to impose their opinion, impose themselves. And then there are those who are passive, who don't necessarily meet up. But where women should be is in the middle, which is being confident. Confidence doesn't announce itself. Confidence just shows, right? And with overcompensation because of lack of confidence, you find women, that are being aggressive, that are being arrogant, but their intention is to be confident. But because of lack of training, and mentorship in that direction, you find the woman being aggressive, being arrogant, and then other people are wondering, why is this woman, just positioning herself like this, right? So what we want to have is to build skills for women who are assertive. So organizations need to invest in this. Confidence building, assertiveness for a woman, so that she is not passive, which is she's not necessarily engaging and speaking the way she should, but she's quiet. There are issues. She has an idea that she wants to share, but some voice in her head is telling her to keep quiet, that nobody will listen to her, and then she's not also overcompensating on the other side, which is aggressively trying to make her point, but she has built confidence and assertiveness. So organizations need to invest in that, for the women working with them. And that's the way, their profitability can continue to grow.
So she should stop being defensive, in one word.
I'm feeling not feeling intimidated in any way. All right. So 2024 is our vision. It's the purpose for which we're having this show, because we'd like to get that woman to be the best that she can be in the new year. And so, what trends have you observed in corporate settings that could impact the professional development of women, and how can they leverage these trends, to their advantage in the new year?
Okay.
Very quickly.
Great question. Great. I love that. Great question.
In 1 minute.
Okay. So it's about commitment to personal development. The woman committing to learning and growing. One of my favorite quotes says that the illiterate of the 21st century won't be people that can neither read nor write, but people that cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And bringing that to this conversation for women, in 2024, women need to dedicate to acquiring new skills, which is, learning. Even the skills that you think you have before, you review it, which is relearning. And there are perhaps some things that has worked for you before that is not useful again, for the next level you are going into, you unlearn that. So for women, it's a commitment to personal development. If it is books, read the books and practice them. If it is events, don't just attend for networking, say attend to learn something. And when you learn it, practice it. So it's about committing to your personal development. And the more you develop, the more opportunities will come to you, and the more you'll be able to deliver excellence as the peak performing woman that you are on the opportunities you have.
I like that. Peak performing woman.
Yes.
Last question from you?
Last question from
or
me.
a final word from the guest?
No. I'm thinking, wouldn't the men now feel intimidated if we're able to push women up the ladder so high, and then what happens to us?
Okay. No, that's a great question, because you remember one of my first comments is to understand that we are creating an inclusive society. And it should be inclusive, which is we're paying attention to everybody. But we're just saying that for this particular conversation, it's a focus on women. And I'd said that you don't have to be anti-man to be pro-woman. So organizations, yes, also engage men, empower them, help them to grow and to deliver excellence as we engage women as well. So it is not gender war. It's not about this or that. It is this and that. It is about every member of the team playing so that the team can win.
Exactly.
So that makes me feel safe.
Better. And all of us will win together. At the end of the day, we return back to the family.
Yes.
And all of the positive things and the benefits, come to the family.
Great.
Thank you so much. Please get your diary and note that the first show we're having, by the grace of God, in 2024, January, will be with you, because there are so many areas that we haven't touched, and our goal is to get that woman out there to get all of the secrets and all of the tools and enablement, for her to scale up in 2024. Would you say yes to that, sir?
Of course, it's a yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have our first guest in 2024. Yeah, quite an expose. Thank you for coming. And we wish you the very best in the awesome work that you're doing with the women and the men for the sake of John.
Well, thanks for revealing those little secrets to us at this time. I also hope that the men have taken notes, like you've said, that this is, we're all in this together. We do really appreciate you, Dr. Abiola Salami. Thanks for taking time out to be with us today on Today with John and Helen Live.
All right. Another break beckons, a lot of insight from there, and I'm really happy. I'm really, really happy. I'd like to meet you one-on-one very soon. We'll take our next stopover is at Dolly Phillips' studio, or the gym. Yeah, the gym is our studio. And she is cooking something really, really nice for us out there. So let's get our, training kits together and join her in the gym. It's Today with John and Helen Live. And after that, Chizobam will be here with her guests. And they will be talking about culture and, what one young man is doing that is really awesome. The conversation segment on our culture and culture conversation with Chizoba will come after Dolly Phillips. Join us again.
Hello again. How are you? Welcome to the fitness section of today's show. As always, I'm Dolly Phillips at Alpha Fitness Studios in Lekki Phase 1, and I have my trusty stool here. So quickly, grab your dining table chair, your stool, anything, because we're going to be using it throughout. As always, we're going to start with a quick warm-up. Are you ready? Have you got your chair? Yes? Let's go. Deep breath in and out. 2 more and out. 1 more. And out. Those shoulders rotate. 8, 7, 6, 5, forward, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's open up those hips because we're using the legs today. 1, 2, good. 3, and 4. Let's reach up to the ceiling and touch our toes for 4. Wake up the entire body. 3, very good. 2, last 1, and time. Okay, so first one, we're tapping, all right? And your time starts now. Let's go tapping. Tap. 1, 2, bring those knees up high. 3, good. 4, have fun with this one. 5, that's the only way. 6, come on. 7, entire body working here. Come on, let's work. 8, come on. 2 more, 1 more, and time. Super. So now we're going to touch the top and the bottom. Go as low as you can. If you can't go so low, that's fine. But push your bum out. All right? Let's go. Top and tail. Let's go. Up and down. Push that bum back. Good. Protect the knees. Awesome. Up and down. Let's go. Up and down. That's it. Up and down. Keep going. Last one, and time. Now, what are we doing? We're going to kick over. Are you ready? We're working those abs. Come on. Ready? Let's go. Woo! Woo! Come on, kick higher. Even if the stool is low, kick way higher. Come on. We're working the abs here. Good job. Good balance here. Good control. Awesome. You have 4 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to jump forward and back. It's a hard one. If you can't jump, step forward and back. Are you ready? Let's go. I'm jumping. Yes, that's it. Let's put some cardio in there. Come on, get the heart racing. That's it. If you can't jump, crab walk. That's it. If you can't jump, this is your workout right here. Last one. And time. Awesome. Last one. Sit down and stand up. Push that bum back. Remember, tap and up. Don't sit down. Just tap. That's it. Good job. And tap. And up. And tap. My cameraman is working as well. I love it. Come on. Tap. And up. 5 more seconds. Yes. 2 more. Beat the time. 1 more. And up. Awesome. Okay, quick stretch, and then we're done. In. All the way down to your toes. Come on. Woo. And in. All the way down to the toes. 1 more. In. Breathe in through your nose. And out through your mouth. Hands on the hips. And reach over. 4, 3, 2, 1. Other side. 4, 3, 2, 1. This one down to the toes. Slide down those thighs. Try, 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 try. Drop your head. Stretch your back. 8, 7, 6, 5. Or back of the legs. Stretching here. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bend your knees and roll up. Shoulder rolls. And forward. 2 deep breaths in. Down to the toes. Last one. And out. Awesome. Awesome work, guys. So thanks for joining me again, and I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining us on Culture Conversations today. Now, there is no discussing the African culture without discussing our diverse and rich traditions, and also the age-long demonization of said indigenous traditions. As we move to reposition Africa at the top of the global map, it is imperative we begin to stock up on our knowledge of who we really are. And here to help us do that through his vast knowledge of the Yoruba culture and its core tradition, Ifa, is a young and popular historian. Tayo was born and raised in Ajegunle, Lagos, and later in Inisa, Osun State. He has a BSc in Dramatic Arts from Obafemi Awolowo University. Currently, he's undergoing postgraduate studies in Yoruba literature in University of Ibadan, and also shooting a documentary about Ibeji, twins, with Ademola Adeniran, the official photographer of the governor of Lagos State. He is the owner of Washiri, an 8-month-old culture promotion platform with over 200,000 followers that is committed to the retelling of African stories with emphasis on the Yoruba as a people, as a culture, and as a scientific belief system. And he's also the recipient of the Afrimact Cultural Advocates Awards. Today, Tayo, I am so excited to have you.
Thank you.
There is a widespread curiosity going on now. You know, non-Africans and even Africans are now very eager to know about our roots.
Yeah.
What would you say caused this, made this happen? What's the breaking point where everybody now is like, I want to know about Africa, I want to know about my roots, because that's what's going on.
Frankly, I think it's because our society has changed a lot, quite a lot from what we grew up with. And when I started doing this, I wasn't expected to be so accepted or so quickly, sincerely. I thought I was just going to be connecting with those who can understand what I'm saying. I didn't expect a lot of people to find it sense-making. So I was quite very surprised too when I saw that, oh, people are loving these things. You know, I'm talking about things people should be running away from, things people usually run away from. And they are loving it, and they are enjoying it, and they're even asking for more. So I think the reason for that is because it's our time now. We're waking up, really. We're really waking up. And now these pieces of information are now widely available. The social media is now replete with a lot of African contents, you know, and people are beginning to ask questions. If you even look at our political space, you see that the youth have even risen, you know. There's consciousness going on around now. So I think that's just the reason for it.
The breaking point is, so we're tired of what the white man has said and what the white man has
We want to
offer.
go for the truth for our own self, you know. We want to understand these things,
Not what they said
not
about
just
us.
what, because it just takes patience to, I mean, realize that these things are not as dark. And that's even if they are dark at all. And the darkness, whatever darkness we can find in it is as a result of the darkness of man, not the actual knowledge you're talking about.
I always say every principle is neutral.
It's neutral.
It's the character of the person engaging in it
that makes it
evil.
bad or good.
Yeah, nice. So I always say this, that, you know, a nation rises and falls on its identity. What would you say is the African identity? Like when you say I'm an African, what is the identity of an African?
It starts from you being able to speak your language.
That I can't speak my language.
It starts from, you know, because you should be, and if you don't know how to, maybe for reasons of your birth and all that, you should make conscious efforts to want to actually understand. That's where identity starts from. You can't identify yourself as a people of whom you know nothing. You understand? So you want to actually be able to speak your language. It starts from knowing the meaning of your own name. So many people bear names today that they don't know the meaning, and they think these names, I know the meaning is lost and because they are too ancient, and it's not like that. You understand? They are very available. So you should know why you are being named the way you're named. In Yoruba society, for instance, in the Yoruba traditional society, we have a unique way of giving names. A person has a biso, what you call a biso, the one I give to you upon giving you birth. And then there is the one you bring from heaven, a mutu, depending on how you were born. Are you born a twin, or did you come with your placenta around your neck? All these kind of things. You know, you have names that are given for children like that. And then we have Oriki. That one is your praise name. You know, we have to give you that. Although there are some Yorubas that don't do it, but majority of all Yoruba ethnic groups give Oriki. So that's just the name. The Oriki has a poem attached to it that can use to trace you to your roots. So even when a woman marries in those days, she doesn't change her name as we have it today. And this is not unique to the Yoruba. It's a general thing in Africa. Women don't adopt the names of their husbands upon marriage. They actually, because your name is supposed to be what we use to link you to your roots. So wherever you go, when I hear your name, okay, you are Temitayo, Ajadi Ogbo. Then from there, I know, okay, this is where you're from. This is your father, and that is the African sense of identity. So imagine, I mean, we've lost all that in just a woman now. I mean, assuming her husband's name upon marriage. So she can't mention her name anywhere, and they will trace that to her father. Because that link has been lost.
That's powerful. So Rikis have always been very fascinating for me.
Definitely.
And I found that it was like a whole poem. And I know when people are, when they're giving you, when they're reciting it, and then it makes your head swell like this.
Exactly.
I mean, Africa is
Oriki is so beautiful that it's not just, everything has Oriki in Yoruba land. Yeah, everything has Oriki. If towns have Orikis, human beings have, animals have Oriki. Understand? Oriki is,
like
you know.
Jago Jago, where I know the
name that this tree bears. It can't harm me because I know its name. You know, things like that.
Beautiful to go African. Okay, so let me poke the bear a bit. The Oni of Ife recently in a conversation stated that all women are witches. I personally agree because I understand what he's saying. So I understand. The audience might not understand. And you being a Yoruba historian and everything, please, can you break it down for us?
The problem with those who misunderstand it is with the kind of, the way we have now made the word Aje so diabolic. You know, we've darkened the meaning of that word in our minds. And so it's a common saying in Yoruba land. When we say Gbogbo Birin Laje, all women are witches. And Aje as a word is, we use witch, the word witch for it, simply because we don't have, there's nothing the European people have that can be, that have so much similarities with what we have as in Aje. Aje and witches are not the same things actually. Because the word Aje doesn't mean which. It's je. The word je in Yoruba language means to allow something to happen. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọlé, allow me go home, let me go home. Orúkọ wo ló ń jẹ́? What name do you answer to? So that is the meaning of that je. So Aje is he who has the power to let something be.
Of command.
The one who has the powers that be, you know, the one who
And
could.
it's naturally women.
And that is what women do, starting from the birth of everybody in this world. So they actually have the power to make things happen. That is an Aje. That is the meaning of that word. It means just to be powerful. The powerful women. And that's why they are called Iya. Understand? Àwọn ìyá mi, Oshoronga, things like that. So, do we have wicked Aje people? Do we have bad people? Yes. And do we have good ones? Yes. So the problem is not with the Aje. Like you said earlier, these things are neutral. So it depends on how good you are or how bad you are. Understand? If you're good, you're going to use it for good. And if you're bad, Aje simply means to be powerful. And when we say all women are witches, that's the sense in which he's using the,
I
word.
think that, you know, with the feminism movement and we women coming to recover our power and understand who we are, I think that's something very powerful to knowledge to have as women, that we are powerful, not just biologically to give birth, but also spiritually we're very powerful.
Definitely.
I think women are born with arcane and metaphysical powers.
Even in the traditional, early, in the pre-colonial Yoruba society, the women were in charge of the economy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in the palace.
Are you hearing, German?
in the palace now, for instance, you know, no meeting, no decision can be made without the accent of the Yaloja.
Sorry to
or
cut you. I even
Iyalode.
hear that in crowning a king like the Oni, there's a stage where
In fact,
women
the bird on the crown signifies the mothers.
Kaba.
You know, the kings make expressions like, without the mothers, I cannot rule. You understand? Everything, you know, takes you back to the roots, because they are the roots.
And women are honored at the root in our
They
African
are
culture.
always, you understand what I'm saying now? So,
Powerful.
Iyalode, Iyaloja, these were the finance ministers.
Wow.
You know, they control the economy.
Wow.
They attended all the meetings that happened in the
Before you
palace.
blow my brain, and I will forget the next question. So traditionalists often hammer on the fact that, and you've also said that in previous conversations we've had, that Ifa, or the African culture generally, goes beyond religion.
Definitely.
It has philosophy, literature, math, it
Poetry,
has mathematics,
music,
permutations, poetry,
mathematics.
music. So, like, break it down for us. Like, you know, what does
It is Ifa, what we call Ifa. It's a corpus. It's a compendium of
a
body of knowledge. What a people know. And what a people know is not all religion. Religion is just one of the things people engage in.
Yeah.
There are so many other things that we do, so many other things that we know about. If I include knowledge of medicine, for instance, because we have our Onishegun, who are a branch of the diviners. Not really, we have a Babalawo, who is like, you know, the professor, the all in all. He understands everything. And then all the Onishegun, Elewi Omo, all these people, you know, the Elewi Omos, for instance, are the ones who deal with children and pregnant mothers, the pediatricians, you know. And they always have to consult Ifa to seek knowledge. So do you call that religion? A lot of the things we do, how is Ogun appeased, for instance? You know, you use palm oil on iron. Scientifically, how do you lubricate, how do you preserve iron? You have to lubricate it with oil.
Yeah.
So these people understood some scientific principles, and that is so it is a disservice to just dismiss everything as religion.
Okay.
You understand?
So there's a lot of disdain with, you know, the culture. People mock it, people spit at it, and then there's a group of people who also are excited about it and everything. How people who are excited and then bastardize it, you know. So what's your advice to people who look at it, who look down on it, and people who are taking it and using it for, you know?
First of all, I'll tell people to not even be religious tolerant. You know, have mutual respect for religion, because what you tolerate is something not good enough. You know, something, you know, it's not good enough, so you're just tolerating it now. So even that is derogatory, even that is demeaning. So don't tolerate anybody. You have to have mutual respect for the religion. And when we start from there, we notice that our problems have reduced. And those who are using it for, who have access to some knowledge, and then they're using it for bad reasons and those kind of things, you should just stop doing it. You don't have control over that. Yeah. People will always, you know, abuse. You know, there's going to be exactly so.
So your Washiri platform now, final question. Your Washery platform, as you said, you were shocked when you saw a melting point of people from different religions being interested. Do you ever see a point where all religions will come together and have a common ground?
If we have so many people doing what I'm doing now,
True.
and I pray that we get to that level,
Sure.
you know, it's my joy to see a lot of people doing this kind of thing. If that happens, then definitely we are going to arrive
And
at
I can't wait, because
what-
I think that's when we will now reach that point where Africa wants to be on the global
Exactly.
map. Thank you so
Exactly.
much, Tayo.
Yeah, you're welcome.
As in, there's so much to say, but thank you so much for your wealth of knowledge. Thank you for what you're doing. I'm super excited.
You're welcome.
So after this break, we will be joining John and Helen to wrap up the show. Stay tuned.
Okay,
Thanks
John.
for staying with us. Yeah, thanks for staying with us. And this is Today with John and Helen. And I must say that the women again have tipped the scales.
You get
We had a wonderful session with Bam Bam, Chizobam, and I see that conversation favored favored women more than men. And well, anyway, we don't mind. They've said that it's an all-inclusive world. So let's include you in our next segment, which is my nuggets. The nuggets for those of us who speak publicly, and indeed, that is all of us.
Yeah.
My nugget today is this. If in doubt, visualize, reorganize, then nail it. So the point is this. So many times we go on stage. So many times we have great days, but there are times when you're in doubt. You get up there and nothing seems to work. All right? So those are moments when you are in doubt. You start to question, what am I doing here? All right? So all you need to do is to recalibrate, okay? Visualize again. Like, remember the power of positive thinking. Recalibrate, revisualize while you're there. You know, empower your mind, your mindset. Reorganize your thoughts, okay? And then nail it. So that's my charge to you today. If in doubt, visualize, reorganize, and then nail it.
Wow.
So we hope we've nailed it today.
Yeah, I think we have. And you know why you're
Yes.
going on at that?
Yes.
The normal thing we say in the theater, that life is a stage.
Yeah.
You know,
And
was
all
being
the-
ministered to me. So,
Yeah.
so you're not talking to us about public speaking alone.
No.
You're talking to us about life.
Life.
You know, earlier on I was saying to Chizoban that sometimes when I think about the places where I have fallen, I don't see them like I'm regretting, because I now know that I can never
You've-
fall
you've
at those
learned.
particular places
It's a
anymore.
learning curve.
So is that thing, realizing what you've done, what you need to do, getting yourself back on your feet, and believing that, you know, you can nail it.
You just justified the reason why I'm a speech skills coach and not a public speaking coach.
So you just said that, and I have magnified
You
it.
magnified
you know,
it,
just
yes.
when it got bigger in my brain, you know, interpretation-wise. She's over.
I mean, I just like the nail it part. Just, I mean,
Nail
just
it.
do it.
Just do it.
Because, you know, nobody wants to live with regrets. Just
And do it better than you did it yesterday.
So that is it for this week. I want to thank you all for being with us. We hope you'll see you again next week on Plus TV Africa.
And we believe that we've got you fired up. 2024 must be our year.
Yes.
Whichever way.
Our
All right,
year.
our year, all of us. Okay, see you again next Saturday. But before then, later this night at 10:30, there's a repeat show, and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please watch if you missed this first outing. We love you all. Bye now.
I'm out.
welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. I am so excited about this event. Engineer Vincent Maduka, Pioneer Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority, recently had his book titled The Real Life: My Years Managing Public Service Television reviewed. Friends, family, and well-wishers gathered around to show support. Let's go see this. We'll be right back. Veteran broadcast engineer Vincent Maduka's Real Life chronicles the history of public broadcasting service in Africa, particularly from a Nigerian perspective. The memo captures both his personal and professional experience at Western Nigerian television from 1961 to 1968 to when he became the Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority from 1977 to 1986. One of the memo's key themes is the use of TV program content as a tool for unity and cultural change. Maduka provides exhaustive and relatable examples of how programs such as Village Headmaster, Cock Crow at Dawn, and New Masquerade promoted Nigeria's diversity and culture. He also details the background development and training of manpower that formed the core of the personnel that started Nollywood.
7 years coming was born in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos on 5th October 1935 of parents who hail from Ila, Delta State, was also named Bamidele by their neighbor, Dele for short. He attended the Lagos Government School and won a full scholarship to King's College, Lagos in 1949. He graduated with a BSc Honours in Electrical Engineering from the University of Leeds, England, in 1959, and also received the MENG-SC degree in Applied Acoustics from the University College of Dublin, UCD, Ireland, in 1969. He undertook a graduate apprenticeship with the renowned radio company Marconi Company Limited in the UK and joined the Western Nigeria Broadcasting Corporation, WNTV WNBS, Ibadan.
I've written speeches. You have a workshop on cameramanship or something, which I was invited to address. I would write something about the importance of camera work, whatever, just bits and pieces of papers that I've given before. And write a book, write anything on television. That was what more or less the audition to me was saying. Then there was another colleague at WNTV and then later at NTA, Yemi Farombi, who was one of the reviewers of the book on the day it was launched. And he said there was no way I have to write it. I'll have a go. So that's the question, why did I write a book? That's why. I keep to write a book. How I then did it another
How the process of writing, how long did it take?
I don't really 10 years. In the sense that after God's pressure, I had to think about it. Okay, really I should write a book. What would be interesting? I mean, if I was going to read a book, only because it's interesting. So what did I consider of interest to a reader? And first I got somebody whom I dictated to. I backtrack a bit. I had a friend, a Spaniard, who Professor Alos is called. He is the founder of Lagos Business School as well as the Pan Atlantic University. He was the first Vice Chancellor and first Dean and all that. And we got talking, and I found he was writing 3 books at the same time. because he was a university professor, so he'd been writing. How can you write 3 books at the same time? I can't write one. How do you do it? Oh, he said he had the notes on each of the subjects, and then he dictated to somebody on one subject that one went away, then he dictated to the other one, and then when they came separately, he edited and he dictated more, and so he was writing 3 books at the same time. So I don't want to write 3. I mean, I can't write one even. So I thought, well, if somebody can write 3 books at a time, let me have you go at one. I do not have your question dead right, but my comment on the all news station characteristic is that I would expect every bulletin, every newscast to be updating the last one and to relate to it. I find that it's as if there are different compartments. Somebody gives the news at 1 o'clock. Well, it's probably the same team at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Somehow they are not linking with what they've told us before. It's my observation. It's nice for somebody when you hear the news at 2, you know that the man who had it at 1 and yourself are back. But I would like that at 2 o'clock you have updated the 1 o'clock news. And at 1 o'clock you are asking me, because really it's a promotion, that we will bring you more on this later today. So I'm on the watch out. Yes. But they don't do it. They just come as if that's all the news of the day. At 2 o'clock you have the same thing as you had at 1 and so on. Whereas, as I said, I would expect 1 o'clock. And when I'm signing on, I say, we are going to follow this story and we'll bring you more data. I'm on the lookout for them. I don't get it. Well, that's the 10 o'clock on Sundays. Yes, they do. As a social, yes. And you notice that the journalists don't even they don't respect it. I was reading one. There are some veterans, television veterans on WhatsApp, and so I say, "Oh, this 10 o'clock on NTA, is it journalism?" I say, "What is journalism?" They've taken an aspect of journalism where they are on their own. Nobody's competing with them there. And then you say, oh, what you learned at school. If you stay at school, you should not have graduated. I mean, don't do what is wrong. Wrong is what all of us can criticize. But they've taken a style. Somebody was raped in a small village in Niger State. They told us, we are following this story. And they kept following it. I watch it every night at 10 because I remember when I was 19, weekends, dry news. Waiting. Government has shut down. USC has gone to bed. So there's no news of all the things happening. You can't tell it, no news on the weekend. What about ordinary things happening? Not government, not big boys. And so that's 10 o'clock was started on Sundays. After news summary, then social news, if you like. Things that regularly are not followed up. So they started on that. Remote villages, they bring something out. One was tapping palm wine, which is not news.
Friends, family, and well-wishers gathered around to show support.
The next event is a book launch. The role of women in nation building has been re-echoed through a book titled Pelewura, the book written by Associate Professor of Psychiatry and newspaper columnist Dr. Femi Olugbile, a doctor cum author, was unveiled in Lagos.
It is the launch of the book Pelewura. It reveals the untold story of gender politics in early colonial Lagos and Nigeria. The book encapsulates the historical foundation of Lagos and Yoruba land. It beams a searchlight on a woman, Alimotu Pelewura, a heroine in Yoruba land. Dr. Femi Olugbile is the author of Pelewura. He shares more insights into the content of his book.
In the course of my work, I met Elijah Abibatu Mogaji, and I found her to be very powerful and very inspirational, despite the fact of her limited education. And then when I read history further and I discovered Pelewura, who is actually a true historical figure, I found some commonalities between those three characters, and I decided to look further into the character of Pelewura. And that's what I found was that many things that happened to her were emblematic of developments of Lagos in her time, and she had a very major impact. And a lot of those things can be transformational if the present generation can imbibe them.
The book is captivating and compelling as it offers a fresh perspective on lesser-known aspects of Lagos history. Dr. Olugbile believes that Pelewura would deeply impact its readers.
All the children of Lagos should read about Pelewura. They should read this book. I think it will help to connect them with their past and help them to recognize that they have within themselves great power that they need to tap into, they need to connect with, and they need to carry forward to help. There may have been some difficult things happening in the recent past, discouraging people and making them feel low about themselves. If they read empowering testimony about their actual past, then it can make people connect to their inner selves and lead their children to have great discoveries and open new vistas for better living for all of us. Again,
the reviewer, Bashorun J.K. Rondo, recommended the book to all and sundry, describing Pelewura as brave and combative.
She, Pelewura, was a powerful woman who had been cooked in the pot by her illustrious mother. That was lost on me. And there are so many others that I couldn't feel. And if the Lord did not speak in. To further compound matters, the author occasionally lapses into racial profiling.
Olugbile has authored 6 books, including Lonely Men, Leader, 10 Ahead, Batolika, Heroes, and the latest edition, Pelewura.
Whilst Pelewura was in charge of the market women and men then, Abba Macaulay was practically the leader of the political leader as at then, and they both contributed a lot to what we now enjoy as our Lagos. So I'm very happy with the author for putting it down, and we also encourage other Lagosians and some other people that are very knowledgeable, that have experience, to share their experiences by putting it down so that generations yet unborn can go back to those books and read.
And this book will just complete history. And there are many more books like this that should come out to show the role of women. As for the author himself, I'm not surprised that he's such a wonderful author, because even as a psychiatrist, he's one of the best psychiatrists Nigeria has ever produced. So whatever he does very, very well.
Good morning, distinguished, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a fine morning in Lagos. Let's just assume that we are on a flight to Abuja and imagine what the captain will say. We have very good weather, a little drizzle, but definitely the flight is going to be smooth. So in case you experience any turbulence, please relax. We have very capable hands who are in control. And that brings me to welcoming very, very distinguished personalities that we have. When I look at the area, I see names that when I was still in the primary school, also I had them. They are trailblazers when you talk about the development and progress of Nigeria, and in particular, Lagos State in particular. I'm not here alone.
I have also a colleague of mine that we will make sure that we have a very good outing today. I have Dr. Leke Oshuniyi, who is going to be my co-anchor. Please come on the... Dr. Oshuniyi, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Somebody wrote, he said, if you are going to be great, you need to do 3 things. You need to plant a tree. In those days, we used to say, you need to have a son.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, excellence is not a standard but a journey. It's a continuous process of striving for improvement, pushing boundaries, and setting new benchmarks. These were the submission of the chairman, CMS Grammar School Merit Award 2023, Senator Akin Odunsi, in his opening remarks at the event which was held at the school premises in Bariga, Lagos. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Grammarians from within and outside Nigeria are well represented here. The Venerable Adelaja Hall was filled to capacity with the old grammarians accompanied by their families, friends and loved ones as they relished the moment. And quickly, they settled down to the day's business. First was a citation of the chairman of the day, Senator Akin Odunsi. Senator Odunsi commended the commitment of members to excellence, which he said has remained the driving force behind the growth of the school.
As we come together to recognize and celebrate excellence, we acknowledge the toil and remarkable achievements of individuals, sects, chapters, and branches who have demonstrated exceptional performance, ingenuity, and a tireless commitment to preserving the great legacy of our alma mater.
This was followed by an opening remarks by the President, Old Grammarian Society, OGS, Cyril Ogbekene. The President said the concept of the Merit Award was ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution.
In hindsight, most, if not all, grammarians present here would agree that the concept of the Merit Award we run today is ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution. And the truth can say the fact that the ever-invigorating lyrics of the world's best school song resonates in the enduring culture of our alma mater.
Now, the awards proper. The Outstanding Grammarian Award went to late Venerable Dr. Yinka Omololu. In the Individual Merit Awards category, Adesonya Laide, Madweke Chike, Iyonda Olujide were among those honored.
On behalf of the joint operators of Siemens Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, we present this award to our distinguished grammarian, Professor Adeleke Ogunmefu, 1978-86. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Alaji Nolubu. This honor is well deserved and is long overdue. Congratulations on behalf of the whole Grammarian Society.
Some of the awardees spoke with Plus TV News. With so much nostalgia, they relieved how CMS Grammar School helped in preparing them for the future.
Awards like these are very significant because it encourages others to follow suit and to let you know that you are not a fool giving to others. So it kind of energizes you, it gives you more energy to do even more, So, and I pray by the grace of God, we have not started, we have only just begun.
With an air of fulfillment, the president of Old Grammarians, Cyril Ogbekene, spoke on the significance of the awards.
What we are celebrating today is excellence, is consistency, is focus and determination to be the very best that you can be. And that is what we are celebrating. We celebrate it for those who have left school. We celebrate it to inspire those who are still in school. There are people from the UK, Europe. There are recipients from OGS America, and in point of fact, OGS America has got a class or this branch set award. So that's as global as it is.
The first documented Old Grammarians Merit Award was held in 2001.
With the passage so far of what is my divinely predestined lifespan, I could never have dreamt of the opportunity to speak to a gathering of colleagues, friends, and relations in my alma mater before the bell tolls. My scholarly heritage sprouted from this school 76 years ago. It was here that I learned that the modeling of my life would be an exercise in futility, except it has a divine core. That was what Nisi Dominus Frustra means to me. In 1954, 69 years ago, I passed out of this school to face the realities of the wider world, armed to the teeth with all my might and determined to fly with my wings plumed. I was to summon courage and scorn defeat, but never to forget Christ as the sovereign Lord as I press on with eager feet to climb up and on. I thank the global president of the Old Grammarian Society for recognizing that I and my colleagues must have done something these past 76 years to have kept the flame burning brightly ever. I cannot but remember some of my classmates of like minds, like Emeritus Professor Prince Samuel Adetola Adebonojo, the patron of the OGS Americas and UK Europe chapters, and High Chief Akike Disu of Eagle Paints, also a grand patron of the OGS UK Europe chapter. Among those in eternal rest are Venerable Shegun Bamishebi, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Dako Majebodumi, clinical pathologist, Professor Festus Oshieni, biochemist, Professor Olabode Akindele, psychiatrist, Bolaji Akinsanya, surgeon, Chief Bola Ogulewe, Colonel Olu Akiyemi, Chief Babatunde Benson, Sam, and High Chief Ernest Adegoye Shonekon, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and grand patron of the CMS OGS Americas in 2017, the position he held until his demise in 2021. May their souls rest in peace. Amen. I was the school prefect and the cricket captain in 1954. Without the arrogance of self-adulation, I have remained loyal to the ethics of school in my scholarly pursuits with a sense of responsibility to my alma mater.
He's done a lot and he's still doing a lot. He's a very distinguished grammarian. And it's good to be here because I thought
when the members of our OGS UK Europe are getting the Merit Award, I have to come and support them. And that's why I came here. I flew in yesterday night. Thank you so much for Dr. Babalola and the other members of the OGS UK Europe.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of the stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. We start this week's edition with good governance. Lagos residents have been charged to take ownership of projects undertaken by government in their areas, as it would go a long way in tackling the issue of abandoned projects. This charge was given by the Inspired Youth Network during their citizens' engagement town hall meeting with stakeholders on addressing public requests from the 2024 budget of Lagos State. Details in this report.
Community members, youth champions, as well as government representatives have gathered in this hall.
How do we have a very effective implementation? Elders say, oh, sit there, anymore, and down.
To ensure that young persons, especially young women, have access to democratic and public responsive service delivery.
Over time, the stakeholders have monitored the implementation of budgets and are here to discuss the findings from their trackings on abandoned government project in Oshodi Solo local government area. The idea is for the community to take actions towards the completion of the project.
Create budget for all of this. Let budget that you have created be used for the completion of this project. And we have one in Ikorodu currently. The one we had in Ikorodu is a vocational center. As big as Ikorodu is, we only have 1 or 2 vocational centers being managed by the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Now, this is another vocational center that can complement the effort of the one Lagos State government is currently running. If we have large number of people going to one vocational center, we will not have good, effective training and learning or effective learning in all these vocational centers.
The idea was to go monitor the projects that was going on in Idowu Rufai Street in Agor Palace Way, and we found out that constructions were not really ongoing the way it should be, and this was causing some issues leading to drainage problems, and of course all of this can also result in diseases and displacement of people. So we tried to bring up these issues to the limelight to let people know that there's actually a budget allocated for this particular construction, and the need to demand for accountability so that the right things are being done.
The town hall meeting also aims at educating relevant stakeholders to be involved in the budgeting process and ensure good governance, as government is advised to meet with the people halfway in this discourse.
From all of our engagement so far, from inception, you could see that the major challenge there is that a majority of the persons in Lagos do not really have a better and deep understanding about projects and budget processes and the rest. So that's why we're doing all of this, to see how we can educate the citizens, to make them be a part of the process to actually drive a change in their society.
It's good that organizations like this are coming up with such engagement and wanting to know what their resources are used for. And if we do not accommodate such programs like this, going forward we may not be able to achieve anything. This is more like helping government to lessen their work and all of their burden.
In all, they urge the government to look into the abandoned project and ensure their completion, as it would not cost anything more since they have been budgeted for in the first instance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Development scholars have pointed out that good governance is a prerequisite for successful development, which every country craves for. And now it is time to talk about leadership and the future of Africa. Over the years, Africa has been reputed by the mainstream media as the West as a dark continent. Despite its huge potentials, as such, there is the need to change the narrative and celebrate Africa and its people. These were the words of Mark Idiahi, the convener of the Future Leadership Conference at this year's Award for Public Sector and Entrepreneurship, tagged Renaissance Repositioning Africa for Global Relevance. Details in this report.
The venue is filled to capacity, and the main focus is to celebrate Africa and Africans, and indeed excellence in leadership and entrepreneurship. The convener, Mark Idiahi, takes to the stage and shares on the unparalleled dynamism of the African spirit.
There is a deliberate attempt by the West, facilitated by the mainstream media, to underestimate the potential of Africa.
The conversation continues in earnest on the way forward for the continent. No doubt the choice of the speakers is informed on their passion in telling the African story. So as questions are raised on why Africans do not celebrate themselves, the issue of leadership also takes center stage.
While we celebrate our GDP as Africa, one of those top 50 companies, their revenue and their capitalization is more than our continental GDP. So that's something to think about. Then you now add the fact that 80% of the world's resources are under our feet in Africa.
So we've come of age. We will no longer allow people to give us a name just so they can appease whatever desire or innuendos they have about Africa. We believe as a people we have to begin to beam lights on our potential and appreciate and celebrate what we have. I would tell you that we no longer need politicians in leadership. Over the years, we have had politicians in leadership, and look at where that brought us. It is almost as if we clamor for new regime, new set of leaders, then eventually when they are voted into power, it's almost as if we find ourselves in a war situation. And the solution to that, like John Maxwell would say, everything rises and falls on leadership. We have to become very pragmatic.
What is the panacea for the leadership challenge in the continent? And just how can Nigeria and Africa take over the helms of affairs in the productive sector and even the creatives?
We have leaders who seek to, their yardsticks and their standards of leadership is foreign. So when they encounter African problems, it tends to be strange for them and makes them either weak, disconnected from the problem on ground. You know, African problem is different from Chinese problem.
Nigeria's gross GDP has been enriched by 156 billion naira this year alone with Nollywood and Nigerian music. But that's very little compared to what we could actually do if the government and the banks, etc., would support us more.
So as the evening swings on, exceptional people are awarded and celebrated for their passion and drive to bring out the extra in women empowerment, entrepreneurship, creativity, and lots more.
Thank you so much for the good work you are doing.
Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You will agree with me that African states individually or as a collective should be more assertive in defending their interests and demanding fairer representation in global fora and multilateral institutions. We move to public speaking and the need to catch them young. Young people have been urged to shun drug abuse and channel their energies into productive ventures that will improve their lives. This is just as the government and parents have been urged to do more to safeguard children from falling prey. This advice was given on the sidelines of a public speaking competition organized by School of Eloquence Lagos on the theme Drug Abuse and its Effects on the Youth. Details in this report.
At a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
This public speaking competition is meant to serve as a testimonial to the importance and power of effective oral communication and commitment to elevating the art of public speaking to mainstream levels in the Nigerian society. 9 government-owned schools are locking horns on the topical issue, drug abuse, a trend which is eaten deeply into the fabrics of the society. The competitors have indeed done their homework and research on the menace. Unsurprisingly, they speak passionately and eloquently.
And whosoever a child learns from home is most likely to remain with him for the rest of his life.
Yes, it's not the first day that I take this that you're going to end up as Yabanet, or you end up in the hospital. But these things, it's over time.
Cigarettes and alcohol are commonly abused by Nigerians.
Not only affects our physical self, they also affect us mentally.
Through their speeches, they share stories of young people who have been affected by the scourge, with an appeal for all hands to be on deck in fighting the harrowing trend.
From a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
Over the years, drug abuse has been a pressing issue that every one of us here knows.
Parents who brought us into this world, what happens when they are perpetrating this crime?
When you talk about mental health consequences, we talk about depression, anxiety, neurological impairments.
The dean of the school shares insight on the theme of discussion and why it is important to catch them young. Other speakers have words of advice for parents, the society, and even what the government should be doing to save the young people from going astray.
So for us, we noticed that a lot of the people that we teach public speaking to could probably have done better if they had learned public speaking much earlier in life, rather than learning public speaking as adults, apart from politics, apart from the state of the economy. The issue of drug abuse is a prevalent subject matter. It's there, it's present, and we're talking about it.
We have a lot to do. You've all come here to say it today. Charity begins at home. We need to ensure that we inculcate the right discipline. In life, the choice that you make will determine your future.
At the end of it all, Dairy Farm Senior Secondary School carried the day as one of their representatives emerged winner in the individual category. CMS Grammar School and King's College followed in runners-up position. Then again, Dairy Farm School walks away with the School of Eloquence Cup 2023.
People in position must be able to speak well. It should be mandatory for policymakers and office holders, business owners and thought leaders, and what better way to achieve this than to start with school children. Away from education matters, as part of efforts to show benevolence to orphans and the less privileged children in society, the Naval Officers' Wives Association has supported 4 children with scholarship and also donated food items and other consumables to an orphanage home. The Zonal Director of NOAA Lagos Island, Ms. Olufunke Bankole, alongside other members while on a visit to Rako Child Initiative Orphanage, urged spirited Nigerians to support those in need. Plus TV News defense correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This orphanage has been enjoying the goodwill of the Naval Officers' Wives for close to 10 years. Today's visit saw 4 children receiving scholarship and other valuables. The Zonal Director disclosed that the donation was an initiative of NOAA as supported mainly by their husbands.
NOAA is a non-governmental organization and we are majorly being sponsored by our husbands with little or no assistance from corporate organizations, though when it comes, who are we not to embrace it. So having said that, for years, it's been our focus to ensure that we touch lives. In fact, that is our anchor drive, to ensure that we touch lives positively. We also believe that we should try as much as possible to see how best we can sponsor some students through secondary school, and how it's been said that a child trained through the secondary school or given education is a nation that is being trained.
She enjoined the head of the orphanage to be steadfast in bringing up the children who have been brought to the home due to unfavorable circumstances. The founder, Rako Child Initiative Orphanage and Widows Home, Pastor Daniel Nwaka, was filled with excitement and gratitude as he thanked NOAA for the continuous support to the home.
Their coming has been a great blessing to us over the years, but it has been a journey of grace, God's grace. It has been not easy. These children, some of them came when they were 2 years old, 3 years old. Today we have 19 in university. One is serving now in Port Harcourt, and the others too are doing well. We have almost 200 in different secondary schools, the same thing in different primary schools all over. So we see them grow. We see them when they came in, like some of them, like I can see the picture here, they look somehow. Like this one talking now, you see her picture, she came in primary school. Now come here. Now she's now in Kogi State University, 400 level. She came hopelessly then, but now full of assurance.
NOAA says its love for charity will be extended to the widows next. The gesture was born out of the humanitarian side of the NOAA National President, Mrs. Ijoma Blessing Ogala, who believes orphans and widows should not be left out in this Yuletide celebration. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. The Diocese of Lagos Anglican Communion has inducted Venerable Babatunde Adeleke as the Vicar and Archdeacon of the Church of the Resurrection, Victoria Island. The induction ceremony, which took place in Lagos, had the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, family members and well-wishers in attendance. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Melodious rendition of hymns filters the church hall as the congregation, led by the choir, was in a joyous mood. Venerable Babatunde Adeleke Oduwole, clad in white robe, is ushered in to take his declaration of assent as the Vicar and Archdeacon of Church of Resurrection. The anointed clergyman was excited to be in the presence of God while performing the induction rituals. Venerable Oduwole said he is ready to hit the ground running as he explains the vicar's role in the church.
Well, I must say that I'm very excited. I'm enthused, getting ready to hit the ground immediately. It's a day we had looked forward to. Institution, induction, and installation. It is a customary, an ancient custom of thanking God for choosing those such personalities. They serve as the eye of the bishop. And so we call them Oculus Episcopus, meaning the eye of the bishop.
He thanks God and says his vicarship is all the Lord's doing. Meanwhile, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, commended the man of God's selflessness. She describes him as one who is reliable.
In addition to that, I'm also being instituted as the Vicar of the Church of the Resurrection 1004 Estates here in Victoria Land. To God be the glory. I'm excited. I'm really happy. I know that God has done it, and He who has called us will back us up. He will enshrine His word in our heart and grant us miraculous feats within the time we are going to spend here in Jesus' name.
I've known him for 12 years as a vicar and as a priest in the Diocese of Lagos, Lagos Diocese. He's a man of God that that we can rely on in terms of prayer, in terms of counseling and motivation. Wishing him all the best. God will bless his ministry. God will give him more strength, more grace, and on a daily basis, God will minister to him.
Some church members showered encomiums on him.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
In the period of time that we have interacted, he's been a very pleasant personality. He's been an exciting person to be with. So it's just God's gift to us as a church. I pray for him every day, and I ask that the Lord will continue to equip him with grace, with his spirit, with more of his wisdom, so that he's able to carry the Church of Jesus Christ.
Everything is working perfectly the way God wanted it. He was a curate in this place before, and he rose to be a venerable, and he was brought back. So I say it is to the glory of God. I'm happy for him, and I congratulate him. It shall continuously be well with him and his family in Jesus' name.
The ceremony was brought to a close as the guests were treated to a cocktail party.
From all of us here at Plus TV Africa, we wish Venerable Babatunde Oduwole the best in his new position. We take you next to Ondo State, where the home of Mother Earth Foundation has charged the federal government to take responsibility for the 3-year-old Ifeno at its Ororo Iwell at OML 95 and must extinguish the fire as soon as possible. These were the outcomes of a media briefing and documentary screening at the Ororo oil well fire held in Lagos. Details in this report.
An ecosystem's unraveling that demands to be heard.
The Ororo 1 oil gas well blowout at OML 95, which happened in April 2020, has been on fire for over 3 years. Inhabitants of Awoye community in Ondo State, where the inferno occurred, have had their livelihood severely affected. Their primary means of survival, fishing, has been harmed due to the contamination of the marine ecosystem by the raging fire and accompanying oil spill.
It's a grim reality painted in barrels of spilt oil and hectares of ruined land.
After several visits, the Home of Mother Earth Foundation, HOMEF, put this documentary titled Ororo Inferno, a tragic odyssey of injustice and environmental destruction, together. Executive Director HOMEF Nemo Bassi, alongside others, say these inferno represent a huge discounting of the lives of the people, their culture and their ecosystem.
Now that accident happened, and the government officials said it could be stopped within 6 weeks if they hired the right contractors to stop it. But 3.5 years down the road, the fire is still burning. And I believe government would wish that we just ignore it. But you can't ignore that kind of disaster happening in plain sight. It's happening day and night. It's not a thing that is hidden. And it's just unfortunate that Nigeria goes on as if nothing is going on. And this is really horrible.
So we don't need to search for who caused it. We know it's caused by the oil corporation. Who bears the brunt? The local communities are the ones bearing the brunt of this spill. The biggest question is, why punish me for a sin that I didn't commit?
Members of the Awoye community at the screening also speak about the devastation they have faced since the oil well fire began.
Since that last year, waiting me at the experience, say, fish no dey again. Nothing. If we go river, before we dey fishing 3-4 fathoms, now we take the fishing. But now, if you no enter 20 fathoms, you no fit see fish for eye. I don't see anything. Now so everybody begin to suffer. No blame you, all the communities.
Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba torí kò bẹ̀ kàrán. Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba pé jàǹrà ayọ̀wọ́ bá máa ayọ̀wọ́ ó ra kàn mí. Òmò tẹ̀pẹ́ fi wà yìí. Tó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ gan, irun mo sọ ni pé jàǹjọba mi. Ọkùnrin obìnrin àjọ ò bá wa dédé ìjọba mú pẹ̀ gan tó obìnrin tọkùnrin jájọ jàǹrà àwòyọwọ́ àwòyẹ pẹ̀lú dédé gbẹ̀kùn ẹ̀nà wọ́n dédé pátápátá ti bàjẹ́.
HOMEF also urged the government to ensure that remediation activities in the affected community are carried out immediately.
There is no word to describe this horrid debacle. Ororo 1 well is a crime scene that needs international attention and action since the Nigerian government is asleep on it. As we go on the show, Market Women at Tejo Show has been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She Enables sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation at Tejo Show Market in Lagos. Details in this report.
Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you about.
Then that I sell this thing.
Or back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwase Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, we've been to Mushin. So the next stop will be, we're going to Ikorodu, we're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. Few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to meet to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online, and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities.
Women in Nigeria are highly interested in becoming entrepreneurs, but face unique challenges to do so, such as barriers to access finance and business development services that are critical to formalizing and growing their business. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to One on One. My name is Fumi Onajefe, and today we'll be talking about road safety in Nigeria. My guest is Assistant Corps Commander Sani Abdullahi. He's the unit commander for Lekki Command of the Federal Road Safety Corps. He has an MSc in Defense and Strategic Studies from the Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna, and BSc in Political Science from the University of Abuja. He has experience in the FRC. He has served in various positions in the Corps, including Staff Officer Operations, Head of Protocol Unit at Kaduna State Sector Command, and Media Assistant to Corps Marshal. He has been the Unit Commander for the Lekki Unit Command since August 2021. Welcome with me. Good day, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for making our time to join us today.
I appreciate the platform.
Okay, so let's talk about your growing up. What was growing up like for you, sir?
Oh, God. Thank you very much. I happened to be born in Ajobe.
Okay.
That is somewhere in Ankwa local government area of Kogi State.
Okay.
In the 60s. I'm a grandfather now.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah. That's nice.
And as it was at that time, a child growing up was, first of all, a Muslim child.
Yeah.
First of all, start with Quranic school.
Okay.
I completed my Quranic school, and as I was completing it, I started primary school.
Oh, okay.
Ending my primary school, I went to Tenka School. From Tenka School, knowing that I didn't have so much play with tools and working with electrical instrument that I read. I had to go and do my external GCE, which I passed.
Yeah, okay.
After which I went to University of Ibadan Adult Education Center, got my advanced level GCE. From then I proceeded to the University of Abuja, after which I joined FRSC, and all the long, here we are today.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. So let's talk about, so every time Road Safety Corps or, policeman or even LASMA, but usually it's the Road Safety Corps members that check my car. So I have a fire extinguisher, I have a C caution. Well, they usually let me go when they just check my papers, really.
Okay.
But I just wanted to find out, is there any other thing, even if the Road Safety Corps member is not checking for it in your car, what are the essentials that a car owner should have, whether a commercial bus driver or a private car owner? What should they have?
Thank you for that experience. The idea of we now delving into checking those things because of the consequences of not having them. They look basic, but definitely they are very, very important.
Okay.
So even if it's not for checking, in your own interest, in your own safety interest, you should have those basic things. For instance, when they check something like fire extinguisher, it looks minor. Many people forget that fire extinguisher is as important to you as the vehicle you are driving. Because in the event of any fire accident, that 10,000, 5,000 naira fire extinguisher could save the whole of your millions of naira vehicle.
Okay.
People misunderstand it. The triangular warning sign, the C caution.
Yes.
Yes, as minor as it is, as minor as people take it to, you discover that if your vehicle breaks down suddenly on the road, you cannot move away from the road. You have to walk on it there, put it at the back, where people that are coming will be warned that a stationary vehicle is in front. And anybody who did not observe that and still run into you cannot say that person is guilty of not being diligent. You understand?
Yeah.
And you look at issues of a light sign violation, like your trafficator, your full headlamp, your brake lights. These are things people take for granted. They believe that they don't need it. But we also know that these are minor things that people overlook, but are very important. So when they check all these things, and they also come to the issue of, let me look at your extra tire.
Okay.
Yes, you will think that you are safe when your tires are functional, you are moving, but not knowing that in the event of that tire, getting punctured, you need another one, which you may not get. And the place this happen may not be the place where you can keep the vehicle. Go and look for the tire to be the one that you are using to be repaired before you now join it. All these are things that are measures. You may not use them, but when you need to use them, are they available? So these are the basic things that.
So how often? So if I buy a fire extinguisher, how regularly should I, change it? Does it expire? So is it until I use it, or it's just there in my car?
It expires, and the expiring days are there.
Okay.
So if you have fire, many people we have seen, majority of them don't even know how to operate it. But it's not something you need to go to school to do. Or read the instructions. They are normally put there, and you may buy it just like tire too. Tires are like drugs. They also expire.
Okay.
Many people don't know that the tire you are using also have expiring date. They are there, but many people don't look at them. Therefore, they just believe that they bought new tires, but those new tires have expiring date that might have even expired. You understand? Just like a fire extinguisher too. The fire extinguisher you buy now may look new, or you might have bought it brand new, but it's expired. Therefore, it's still not serve the purpose of which you have bought it.
Okay. Yes. So let's talk about education from the FRC to especially commercial drivers.
Yes.
Do you go to their motor parks? Because I see them all the time. So for example, this morning on my way to work, I saw an overloaded food truck. It was carrying food items going to the island, and this little was not a very big truck, was tilted to the other side and moving at a very slow pace. So I wanted to find out, beyond just arresting them on the highway, do you go to their motor parks to educate them, to talk with them even in the markets, open places. Yes. What does the FRSC do to educate these drivers?
Thank you. You see, FRSC management, in its wisdom, directed all the field operators that every morning, from units to the sector, every operational base of the corps, you must go to garages.
Okay.
Talk to the driver even before they set out for their daily activities. Talk to them on the need, first of all, to make sure they check the basic items, tire, water in their vehicles, the wiper, and other basic things. And the need for them not to do some certain, engage in some certain traffic violations, like you have mentioned, overloading. The consequences of overloading the vehicle. Because when you overload the vehicle, you are not only overburdening the vehicle, you are creating the opportunity for you not to maneuver in the event of any incident. Because you are reducing the lifespan of that vehicle through constant overloading. So we put all this information to them. Though we may not reach everyone every day, but as much as possible, we use all platforms, media platforms, part of which is what I'm even doing here now. Social media, mainstream media, motorpark rallies, conferences.
Oh, you have motorpark rallies?
Of course. It's part of what FRSC is known for.
Okay.
We organize motorpark rallies, and in fact, as we are going to the Ember Month now, you are going to be seeing the FRSC flagging off the campaign through motorpark rallies.
Okay.
Motorpark rally is one of our daily assignments, or common assignment that we carry out as a way of enlightening, updating, and educating the drivers on what to do and what not to do to avert road traffic crisis.
So now I am interested in those multi-park rallies that you talk about.
Yes.
What about the trailer parks? Because everybody in Nigeria knows how, and you are the FRC official who will have all the rates and how often trucks that carry containers, the heavy duty vehicles, how often they have their accidents for the minutest of things. Sometimes it's as bad as a friend of mine, her car was, thank God she had insurance for one of those heavy duty vehicles, and his brake was bad. And he would just say, Madam, I beg, no vex, my brake no catch. And I'm like, I don't understand.
Exactly.
So if you go to the trailer parks and you go to the motor parks and you have all these rallies, how come with this incidents are still on the increase?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We are living in a third world country where safety is always put at the back end. We don't take it to the front end. And it's part of the challenges that FRSC has to face. Before the establishment of the Corps in 1988, Nigeria was rated as one of the worst nation to drive motor vehicle on. And coming from that, you will see situations whereby when road traffic crises happen, Nigerians believe that it is an act of God or evil spirits. Fatalistic belief that don't attribute those causes to factors that scientifically are known. So we have to battle with that to create the impression that road traffic crises don't just happen. They are caused. And they are caused by factors that we know. And if we play by the rules, if we abide by those rules, we have confidence and trust that accidents will not happen. And even if they happen, they will not lead to death or fatal injuries the way we are seeing it. This has been the center point of our campaign all along. We are not getting over yet. We specifically look at the menace of vehicles falling, let's say tankers falling, and articulated vehicle not properly hooked, also falling and causing hazards. We have had cause to engage in aggressive education, enlightenment, and enforcement. Part of which was even the issue of the minimum safety standards that vehicles, articulated vehicles, will meet up before they can be said to be operating on the road.
So what are the minimum safety standards that these vehicles should meet up?
These are one of them, as I speak to you now.
Yes.
We have those that load, because when cases of petrol tankers falling became too much,
okay,
FRSC has to go into the questions of safe to load. That is physically deploying our men,
okay,
who stay at those depot, and ensuring that whichever vehicle that will be made to load must have some basic things like the brake you are talking about.
Yes.
The brake must be functional. The lighting system must be there. The tires, and the driver himself must also have evidence.
But how do you ensure, for example, so it's one thing that your official is there.
Yeah.
So what if he flags the vehicle and says this vehicle cannot go, but they still go ahead and get on the road?
No, because we are there in cooperation with the management of those depots.
Okay.
Therefore, whichever vehicle we identify not fit to load cannot load.
So what happens when this vehicle, so what about vehicles that now have accidents? Do they go back and trace it maybe to your FRC officials? Because we are in Nigeria,
yes,
and sometimes officials can get compromised.
It's possible that, when we talk about accident, if it
yes,
is a real accident have dimensions.
Yes.
It's possible that what has happened was something that was unavoidable. But if it's something that was a result of somebody's negligence,
yes,
it can also be traced. And I think we don't have such cases of a vehicle certified to have been safe to load it and went to have. But of course, there are other places or areas probably which we have not covered and which those people could get all those items, and it could happen that way.
All right.
But definitely to cover the major ones that are engaged in this, we'll make sure that our men are there. And so far, that is why you are able to reduce cases the way you are seeing now.
Okay.
If not, in 4 or 5 years back, you know how it was in this country, where you're hearing of it happening here, it happening the second day, and so on.
Okay.
It's a continuous effort.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take a quick break. When we come back from the break, we'll be looking at, December, the festive season is upon us, so we're just going to be looking at, all the safety measures we all need to take, especially with commercial vehicle drivers. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Thank you for staying with us. This is One and One. If you're just tuning in, my name is Fumiono Ajefe, and I have an FRC official with me today. So let's talk about now the festive season is, we call it Ember months in Nigeria. Yes. September, October, November, and then December, the mother of all festivities in Nigeria. So how is the FRC preparing for this? And let's first of all talk in line with commercial drivers. We'll start with Lagos, for example, where we have the yellow buses. And we know that for anyone who has ever entered a yellow bus in Lagos, that seat belt doesn't really fasten. It's only most times when they see the FRC officials or last mile officials that they quickly just, put it on. So we're talking about going to their motor parks to educate them, but consistently, this young man, I know there was a time not so long ago, the sale of alcohol was banned in the motor parks. So what is the FRC doing about commercial drivers and safety of passengers?
Thank you. It's an issue in Nigeria where people maybe get up in the morning or they didn't sleep well, they want to artificially enhance their energy going through alcoholic or drug intake to keep them awake, and thereby making them to engage in acts that are hazardous to their life and the life of others. Like you mentioned earlier, that is why, in collaboration with relevant agencies, the sale of alcohol and some drugs within the parks were banned, so that at least the access to them could be restricted. And so that we can also be sure that whoever that is driving vehicle that we come across are not people that are under the social influences of illicit drugs, because we know the consequences of being there. What we are seeing in terms of people not understanding the benefit or adherence to the requirement for seat belts is the way it is in Africa or in the kind of society we live in, where education is very limited. I know when we started the campaign for seat belts, which is not even too long, majority of the people don't even know what the seat belt is all about. And they have never used it. They don't even know how it is. We even have to struggle with teaching people how, since they started using it, we are seeing increased level of compliance. There are still some people that have still not keyed into it, but definitely improvements are obvious. That people these days now know that it is in their interest that when they are seated in the vehicle, either in the front or at the back, the hang their seatbelt because of the safety aspect of it, because of what the safety benefit of using seatbelt. We have said it before, that overloading your vehicle, you are not helping yourself. And it is most common during this Ember month, during this severe period where many passengers are available, and the driver want to maximize the profit, the benefit by trying not only to overload, but also to overspeed, to speed to a level where they will go and come back and go and come back as many times as possible, so that they can drive. And the consequence of it is accident, crashes that could lead to death or fatal injuries, and ending people's lives in a manner that could be avoided.
Okay, let's talk about the fact that there was a time that the FRC, the federal government, your organization wanted your officers to carry firearms at that point in time. How far has this gone? Because many people, even I kicked against it. I'm like, already with the policemen, we have so many issues. And then FRC officials, you have also seen videos of where some of the times, and I understand sometimes it can be frustrating. You're correcting, a motorist or a passenger and they're misbehaving. You get emotional, you're jumping on their vehicle. So what happens when you now have a firearm? You shoot the person down. So how far with that? Has it been put down, or you're still carrying on to having firearms?
Okay, I think your opinion, people with this kind of opinion is why FRC management has not been too aggressive in pushing for that arms. Because immediately, in fact, majority of us have gone for the training.
Well, why? I wanted to find out, why do you need firearms?
No, we too, we are also vulnerable to violent attacks from not drivers or motorists, but also from armed people who may want to attack us, or violent people who come with arms, and will become defenseless. We know over the years that the law that established the corps made provision for FRSC personnel to bear arms. But the fact that we have been able to enforce this law consistently for over 30-something years without that arms, anytime we stress the need for us, based on the experience our men have on the road to just armed attacks, the public opinion will want to say, no, we don't need the FRSC to, and that's why government has been very, very reluctant. Outside that violent attack that our men are subjected to sometimes, and invading our offices where we become defenseless, we have been successful in using civil means to really enforce traffic rules in Nigeria. And even this debate came during the last National Constituent Assembly, during one of the assemblies, where one of the members was asking the Corps Marshal then, that is there any nation that you can recall that can enforce law without arms? And you really may not have that examples, you understand? But we, in our own case, we have been very, very successful in enforcing laws without recourse to arms, to use of arms. And that is a very good example that Nigeria is having. Despite the violent nature of the environment and the people with whom we have to enforce this law, at least we have been successful in enforcing the law without recourse to the use of arms.
All right, fantastic. We just have a few more minutes to wrap up. I just want you to give a message to the motorists on the road. What are the things that what are the things or one thing they need to know to ensure their safety on the road?
Thank you very much. First of all, when you operate with the consciousness that your families are waiting for you, you will not even need a law enforcement officer to restrain you from speeding, to make sure that you check your vehicle well before you enter it, and that as you are driving, you are not driving alone, you are driving and sharing the road with other road users, and that your action, or the action or inaction of others, your lives will not depend on source, that you have responsibility to be defensive in driving, and making sure that you don't overload your vehicle, you don't overspeed, your lighting system are functional, your tires are properly inflated, not over, not under, and that you are not under the influence of any drug or alcohol, and that you can see and be seen, and that your judgment may not lead to anything happening to you. When you are operating like this, even if we cannot prevent accident from happening, we have the assurance that even if they happen, they may not lead to fatal death or fatal injury. These are the realities with life, that accidents don't just happen. They are caused and they can be avoided.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just wanted to find out from you, what about your erring officers in FRC? How do you ensure that the officers, under your command are doing their job, they're not compromised, and and when they do fall out of line, they're punished, and when they also do very well, they're rewarded.
Thank you. In fact, FRSC is one organization that you can say have the strictest type of guidelines on monitoring their officers. We are people that, we are an organization that is dependent on civility as our principle. Even as the law trusts us with enforcement, they also trust us with attending to crash victims. We are blending regimentation with civility, and that is a peculiarity that is not too common. That as you are seeing me in uniform now, people see us as enforcers. We are also first aiders. You understand?
Yeah.
That creates that personality that a nation must trust, and therefore we cannot afford a situation where our officer and men will betray that trust. That is why constantly they are under surveillance, surveillance to make sure that whatever they do conform with the operational guideline. Under the surveillance, that they don't intimidate, they don't harass the people they accost in the course of doing their work. And two, that whenever there are cases of corruption, like taking bribe, well, no nation or no institution is able to say we are 100% pure. But in the case of FRSC, since we don't have a return system whereby people go to the road and do something and return to the command officer, they know that if you are involved, if you are caught, either by the command officer himself or outside surveillance, you are on your own. With that institutional support for corruption or corrupt practices does not exist in FRSC. And that has been our focus. And that is where we are.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much for your time. We'll be reaching out to you more often, talk about this, especially now, like we're going into September, October. We'll be, calling on you. And then please let us know about, your road rallies, motor park rallies to see, how we can also work with you so we can also enlighten people as well about this.
Right.
All right.
I assure you that whenever we are going to launch our coming number one at my own units.
Okay, please let us know. Plus TV Africa would like to be a part of that. All right, thank you very much for taking out your time to watch and enjoy the show. I'm so sure you have learned some things from it today. Stay with us again and we'll be on your screen next week. My name is Fumino Ajefe.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, when Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we had not eaten, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you did go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say they go come carry you on tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, very, very like upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was... So I remembered what the other guy said at the... where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the Hilux again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the Hilux, and then the guys would sit around the Hilux. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the Hilux again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the Hilux and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At a point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at a point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the Hilux, the speed at which the Hilux was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the Hilux and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them. And if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold. 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see everybody here. they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain, and that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where it's either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said the burger is the person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this people that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, you now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies will take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything, and I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what is going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we're in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they said don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already, I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away, but it's very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere, that if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching. Maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb. Like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though, that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier, the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt that I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she'll be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in 2. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. we could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, Career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Senate asked the federal government to withhold allocations to local councils not democratically elected. And in Ondo State, the Speaker of the Ondo House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, has revealed President Tinubu asked Ayedatiwa to tender undated resignation letter. I am Gola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The Senate has asked the federal government to withhold statutory allocations to any local government councils not democratically elected. The upper chamber unanimously resolved that this move would deter the dictatorial tendencies of any state governor. This resolution comes against the backdrop of a motion moved by Senator Abba Moro on the urgent need to halt the erosion of democracy vis-a-vis the dissolution of elected councils in Benue State. The lawmakers argued that the placement of caretaker committees to replace elected councils is an aberration, undemocratic, and a breach of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended. Joining us live is Nasarawa Chairman of Association of Local Government of Nigeria, Algon Alhaji Aminu Muazu. My fact, we'll go on a short break and we'll soon be back. Welcome back. We had technical issues connecting with our first guest. We moved to the second topic for the day, and we are very grateful to our guest who is literally on as we speak. The Speaker of the Ondo State House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, has revealed that as part of efforts at ending the political crisis in the state, President Bola Tinubu had asked the Deputy Governor, Lucky Ayedatiwa, to tender an undated resignation letter. And despite moves by President Tinubu and the leadership of All Progressives Congress APC to resolve the political crisis currently rocking governance in that state, the issues seem to be piling up by the day as the State Assembly has demanded the resignation letter of Ayedatiwa as proposed by the President. Joining us live is Kennedy Peretai, PDP Publicity Secretary, Ondo State. Honorable Peretai, good to have you guesting on Plus Politics.
Thank you so much. Good evening. But the name is pronounced Perete.
Thank you very much. I was just about saying I hope I've not murdered the name. I really wouldn't like to be accused of murder, you know. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. What is happening in your state? Just when we thought we had made some steps in the direction of progress, the crisis seems to be recalibrating and moving in the direction of discombobulation. What is happening?
Well, you will recall that immediately they returned from Abuja, I issued a statement to say that what President Tinubu has done amounts to window dressing, that the issues have not been addressed, and that as long as the governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, remains in hiding, as it were, it means there is not going to be respite, and the siege was still on. But 2 days after, we saw the first fireworks. You know, the State Assembly was said to have been, they are said to have received a list of nominees for to be council chairman and vice chairman. And we were told reliably that the deputy governor was not to know of it. But before we knew it, we went to court. The court did not give us a date, but we actually issued a statement saying that what they did was an illegality, because as far as the Constitution of Nigeria is concerned, local governments are supposed to be administered by democratically elected officials. That is Section 7 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. But they have not done that. Yesterday, the High Court in Ondo State gave us an order restraining them from swearing the illegal chairman. But we're told that by around 8 p.m., they hurriedly are going to the Cocoa Conference Hall and swore them in. So we have not seen the last of this crisis. It has just started as far as I'm concerned.
As the official opposition party, We know this is the presidential system of government and we don't quite have something akin to official opposition party as you have in the parliamentary system of government. But the PDP would ordinarily be referred to as the leading opposition party in the state. What are the options that the PDP has at this juncture beyond noise making? You must have some constitutional remedies. You have members in the State House of Assembly, don't you?
Yeah, we have 4 members. You know, what we are having in Ondo State is quite embarrassing. And statesmen, elder statesmen like Chief Ruben Fashoranti have intervened. They have written to Mr. President. We have also provided options. What can be done? First, if Rotimi Akeredolu cannot resume, as is the case now, we have also proposed that he should honorably resign, because as it is now, Ondo State is drifting. Nobody is in charge of the affairs of Ondo State. There is no governor, there is no deputy governor. The third in rank, which is the Speaker of the Assembly, has been embroiled in a crisis with the deputy governor in the state. So, but the House of Assembly is operating, not as on the basis of parties. Once they enter plenary, or once they enter the one that they call executive session, according to them, they operate together. So it is not the matter of whether this person is PDP or this person is.
I would suppose that statement that once they enter executive session, they operate together is an indictment of your party. That your members in the House of Assembly are lacking ideological commitment. They have no respect for the Nigerian Constitution, and they go in cahoot with the majority party that is seemingly slapping the Constitution black and blue.
No, I've not said that. If you remember the processes that were involved, at a particular time, 11 members of the 26 members of Assembly were opposed to the impeachment. The 4 members, the PDP members in that Assembly, are part of the 11. So we cannot say that they are working together with the APC majority. I've not said that. What I said was that at a time when some lists were making the rounds about signatures, one of the members from the PDP, that's the minority leader of the House, said that the list that was seen in public domain with the signature was the list they signed for attendance in one of their meetings. It was not for impeachment. But as it were, it was difficult for him to come to the public and make that known so that it will not be a case of the majority suspending the minority, which happens all the time. We saw it in Edo State, where the governor made sure that some members of the Assembly were suspended, and for a period of almost 3.5 years. You also need some tact so that you don't get expelled, you don't get removed from Parliament, and you'll be helpless, even though they don't have such powers. So that is exactly what I mean, that when they enter into executive session, they operate as a body, not as this one is PDP or this one is APC, not because they are collaborating with the so-called majority.
However, the Constitution also has a provision that empowers the lower house of the National Assembly in a crisis situation like this, especially where you have an aberrant House of Assembly, to take over the powers of the State House of Assembly. And I would suppose at this juncture, the members of the PDP, both from Ondo State and at large in the National Assembly, especially the House of Representatives, ought to be articulating the implementation of that provision now. Don't you think so?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the issues are still being pursued because there is a provision, a constitutional provision, which says that if the governor is unable to perform the duties of his office or the president, beyond a particular point, maybe beyond 21 days. I think section 190, subsection 2, it says that the deputy governor is supposed to be empowered through the doctrine of necessity to act in the position of the governor, which is what we have asked the Ondo State House of Assembly to do, and they have not done. But in this case, what is clear to the public is that the Speaker of the Ondo State House of Assembly is a master of impunity. He is somebody who has made up his mind that he will stand against the will of the people, the wishes of the people, and continue to take instructions from wherever source is taking this instruction from. For example, how on earth can a speaker say that he was constituting caretaker committees when the Constitution clearly states that elections and democratically elected officials are supposed to run the affairs of the local government? So is it not the case of the lawmaker breaking the law? So Oladipo has clearly shown himself as incompetent and against the wishes of the people. So we are still in court in several of these cases.
I hope, Kennedy, I hope you know the difference between what is called politicking and realpolitik. Kennedy, any reasonable Nigerian will agree with you that mountains of illegalities are literally being, are metaphorically being built in Ondo State. But the problem that an average, reasonable, well-educated, well-enlightened Nigerian would have is that what beyond the histrionics of talk, and talk is cheap. What is a party like PDP doing? Are you taking recourse to the law? Because as we speak, the Speaker of the House of Assembly and the controlling party in the House of Assembly are no bigger than the rule of law. And the only machinery that you have to articulate the effectiveness of the rule of law, we don't seem to see you guys articulating it. So is it just going to be you'll be speaking grammar, and the illegality will be going on?
Let me explain to you, please. Now, you said whether there is a difference between politics and repolitics. I don't know about that. But what I can tell you is that when this matter started, apart from beyond issuing statements, beyond issuing press statements, we staged a protest in which I'm sure you are aware that armored personnel carrier was moved to our office to seal it up by the Commissioner of Police for days. And yesterday, we have a court injunction restraining the government of Ondo State, anybody for that matter, from swearing in local government administrators or local government chairmen. Last night, at about 8 o'clock, 9 p.m. in the night, they went and swore in these people against a court order that is before them that they were served with this injunction. So when you are talking about people that are fraudulently, stamping on the Constitution of Nigeria and stamping on the interests of the people, what else can we do? We are in court, even in this case of the assembly, and the swearing in of this illegal local government chairman. Then, as per enforcing the law to making Ondo State benefit from governance, because since the state, the heart of the ship of the state is drifting apart, nobody is in charge of anything. So we are trying to go to court, but the courts don't. We are not the judges. It is what they give us. Even this matter that was decided yesterday, we filed on the 13th of November. We didn't get a date until yesterday. So it is what we can do is just within the law. The policemen came and said about that we cannot even proceed on a legitimate protest. And our rights as Nigerians is enshrined, is constitutionally granted guarantee that we can demonstrate, we can move freely. But they stopped us. We went to court, but they said since they have released our office, we are free to go. So these are the things we are talking. State protests, go to court, approach the court. I hear that one now. I say, come and be an acting governor. Or go to Aketi, wherever he is, and bring him to Ondo State. As we speak, we don't even know where he is. The people that are managing him have not told us where Aketi is. And for more than 6 months, nobody has seen this man in public space. What are we talking about?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we saw pictures of Southwest APC governors in a camaraderie session with him, reportedly in his house in Ibadan. But that does not, what is happening in Ondo State is saddening. For a man who, for the better part of his adult life, had epitomized, and I'm choosing my words carefully, had epitomized the rule of law, the integrity of the law, to be the chief dramatis persona. Now that all these illegalities are built around, it's saddening. But you know what? Politics sometimes, the way you partisans play it, and none of you can be said to be innocent. I'm sitting here now feeling frustrated as a Nigerian, feeling abused, and yet, I can't blame you. You've tried the way of the courts. The speaker reportedly, allegedly, from what you said now, deliberately disrespected the order of the court yesterday. So you've told us, allegedly. I'm not affirming it. But what else can be done? This madness has to be tackled.
What the Speaker of the House of Assembly and those working in cahoots with him are asking for is anarchy. Because in a state where laws are not obeyed, laws are put in place for the order of society, for the good of well-being of the state. So in a situation whereby somebody flagrantly abuses the law, is tramples on the law, and says, what can you do? It means we're asking for anarchy. If a man slaps you, when you go to court, say, look, somebody has slapped you.
I wouldn't want to encourage you, Kennedy, especially for somebody who holds a very lofty office of, very lofty office in a major political party, to speak as though you are encouraging violence.
Well, I'm saying, even if the President Jeff Kennedy says so, those who make peaceful change impossible, make a violent change inevitable. That's what I'm saying. That it's an invitation to.
I'm basically counseling, especially yourself, that you must be very, very determined not to be seen to be encouraging violence. Number one,
I have not said so. I'm only stating the obvious. I'm not condemning you, but I have a duty too to make sure that you are made to realize that some of your emotive pronouncements can be misconstrued by those who are ill-educated, who are not as exposed as you are, and that is why it is incumbent on me to make sure that I let you realize that you have a duty, especially to a system that you are profiting from, to be very circumspect in your use of language. No, what do you mean by profiting from? Is this situation profiting from in what sense? I'm a Nigerian. I'm not in government.
No, you are the spokesperson of one of the two major parties in Nigeria. Yes, in a state of anarchy, there wouldn't be room for you to even sit.
I think it's better that you get me clearly. It's better you get me clearly. What I said, those who make peaceful change impossible.
I'm familiar with the dictum. I'm familiar with the dictum. I'm familiar with the dictum, Kennedy, and I know how. I'm equally very, very angry. I must be very honest with you, and it's so much painful because on a previous occasion that Aketi stood for the integrity of the Constitution and our laws, he actually counseled somebody who was in the same situation that he is in now to resign. If Aketi resigns today, it will not be in penury. It will not be hungry. It will not lack anything that will still protect his life and give him the dignity of an upper class life in Nigeria. So why are people now determined to push him in the direction of stigmatizing his legacy? Because at this juncture, Aketi's legacy as a human being is practically being stigmatized. I think it's about time members of his family, close members of his family, and people, the hangers on who think they are profiting from this, they are rubbishing his legacy. My opinion, it doesn't make it this thing, but this is saddening, very saddening.
It's unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate that Ondo State is in this state of affairs, because Ondo State is, populated by very cerebral and people who are well-to-do in every walk of life. But where we have found ourselves is quite unfortunate, and we are using the opportunity to plead with those that are holding Ondo State by the jugular, that they should release Ondo State so that we can have peace in Ondo State, we can have governance in Ondo State the way it ought to be. Anybody can be ill. Nobody is challenging the fact that Akedi, why should it be ill? No, why not? Anybody can be ill. But the Constitution provides for a situation like this. So once it happens, there is a constitutional safeguard which must lash onto for the state to move forward, which is what some people are holding back, including the Speaker of the House Assembly. For example, how can anybody tell a man that was duly elected to bring a letter of resignation that is not dated? Where on earth is it hide? Where has that kind of thing ever happened before? It's ridiculous, and it's actually making Ondo State look like, people don't even know what they are doing. And just a few people are doing all of this. And we are using the opportunity to plead with them that it will be in their own very best interest, because there's posterity in everything we do. There's history. I'm going to record for everybody which role individuals played in this drama. And we are just doing our own part as much as we are able to do, using the law as our guide.
This issue of Aiyedatiwa having been made by the president to sign an undated letter of resignation, one does not know how far that is true, but I just pray it's not true. And the reason why I pray it's not true is that His Excellency the President may be walking a very, very thin line of decency on that subject for a man who, for a time in his life, stood against the Gorgon Medusa of autocracy, fought for democracy, had to go to exile for democracy, being privy. I just pray it's not true. And you see, I don't suppose people like you two or people
the Speaker said so. Speaker of the Ondo State Assembly said so in plenary. It is in black and white. He said so. It's on tape. I'm not the person saying it.
I understand your point, Kennedy, but at this juncture, I am not one that respects that speaker so much anymore, because he could say anything. A character like that could say anything to either want to bamboozle those who are not standing with him, or wanting to machinate, his own selfish ambition. Because all this, to any political tea leaf reader, all this is about the ambitions, the vaulting ambitions of these characters. Or am I wrong?
Because, very correct, sir. What I said in some of the statements I issued earlier was that I expected Mr. President, who's also a veteran in this business of politics, to know that what is at stake is the 2024 elections coming up in Ondo State. Who will succeed Aketi in the APC? So it is a fireworks that is connected with who becomes the successor to Aketi to pick the APC ticket. Now, whatever it was, Aiyedatiwa is deputy governor, and he has a constitutional duty or responsibility to take over from Aketi if Aketi is incapacitated in this manner. But those who are also eyeing the governorship seat know that if Aiyedatiwa becomes acting governor, they will be at a disadvantage in the contest for the APC ticket. This is the underlying factor. This is what is behind all the fireworks I've seen.
I hope some of those who advise the president will remember that they literally, including the president, literally took to the streets when it was necessary to help articulate the emergence of the then Vice President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to have the Constitution work as it ought to work for him. And now, Kennedy, how do you want to end this? We really have to go now.
Yeah, let me say that the problems that we have in Ondo State are being inflamed by the president himself, because if some people are becoming difficult to deal with, are refusing court orders, he has that wit, he has that act, he has that strength. He's the leader of the party in the APC, he's the president of the country, so it should have been able to streamline this operation, especially because after the Yaradua Jonathan incident, the National Assembly inserted this section into the Constitution that if a situation like this happens, that the doctrine of necessity be invoked, as in Section 190, subsection 2. So there would have been no ambiguity as to what. Imagine a president calling a meeting of that nature, and Aketi is not able to attend. That in itself is a statement. It means that if it were not something serious that was holding him down.
Okay, Kennedy, I feel you, as they say on the streets. I really pray that we always throw Christianese and Pentecostalism into it in Nigeria, but it's about time this unedifying situation in Ondo State ended. About time it ended. Thank you very much, Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you for gracing the show. Today's throwback. Jos, a city that defines Nok antiquity, modern mining, and cosmopolitanism. In the depths of a giant nation that Nigeria is, among the rolling hills and lush landscapes, lies the city of Jos, a place whose history is as rich as the deposits of cassiterite, that is, the mineral from which at the dawn of the 1900s drew the exploitative attention of the British colonialists, who lured in laborers from all the major tribes of Nigeria, is derived. As the sun rises over the picturesque plateau, it illuminates a land that has been shaped by the footprints of ancient civilizations and the imprint of colonial rule, fostering a unique natural tapestry that weaves together the stories of the Nok people and the legacy of British influence. Long before the arrival of the colonialists, the land that would come to be known as Nigeria was home to the enigmatic Nok people, skilled artisans whose exquisite terracotta sculptures still captivate the imagination of modern-day archaeologists. The Nok people, thought to have thrived around 1000 before Christ, in the vicinity of today's city of Jos and the sprawling Nok Valley, which reaches far out to parts of Kaduna, indeed Kwara, left behind a trail of mastery and mystery. with their sudden disappearance in the late first millennium shrouded in the mist of time. The echoes of the Nok people lingered in the fertile soil of Jos as indigenous ethnic groups, predominantly farmers, cultivated the land and forged their own traditions and ways of life. As the wheels of history turned, the British colonialists cast their gaze upon the beautiful land, enticed by the discovery of vast deposits of cassiterite, the primary ore for the production of tin. The allure of mineral wealth led to the establishment of Jos as an important center for tin mining, forever altering the course of its history. The British, under the governance of direct rule, remember that the Fulani never conquered the aboriginals of the Benue Plateau territory, made their presence felt in Jos Plateau, a marked divergence from the indirect rule they employed in the Fulani Emirates. As the colonialists set foot on the soil of Jos, a coalition of cultures unfolded, with the indigenous ethnic groups navigating the complexities of a changing world while preserving the essence of their heritage. The rhythms of everyday life intertwined with the cadence of colonial influence, shaping the trajectory of the metropolis which Jos became and its people. Amidst the backdrop of tin mines and trading hubs, Jos emerged as a testament to resilience, inclusivity, and adaptation, a melting pot of tradition and transformation. The spirit of the Nok people found new expression in the midst of modernity, their legacy interwoven with the narrative of progress and perseverance. Against the enrapturing backdrop of rolling hills, the city stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of its inhabitants, who wove the fabric of their lives with threads of history and hope. In the heart of Jos, the history of resistance of tribal domination and millennia of anthropological artisanal mastery converge, creating a tapestry that captures the essence of a city shaped by the forces of change and the echoes of the past. I am Bola Oba.
My name is Akin Adeoya. Let me add my voice to this laudable project, the Good Old Days series. My major focus will basically be on my passion for reading while growing up, the extent I went in funding this habit, lessons learned, and values associated with the correctional methods employed by my dear mother of blessed memory. How did this adventure into Storyland begin? My earliest memory of how it all started was my mom gathering us for informal afternoon and weekend storytelling sessions. She would tell us the irresistible and fantastic stories by authors like Sir Rider Haggard, King Solomon's Mines, by Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, and the like. Yes, she clearly had fun telling these stories, with the way she used to repeat the names of some of the characters with emphasis. Tuala the King, Gagool the Wish, Captain John Good. Firstly, let me share what I call my cartoon room experience and how it shaped my views in my growing up years. Though of Ifaki Kiti origin, I grew up in Sapele and Lagos. The cartoon room was a room devoted to storing hundreds of cartons of Skol beer, either empty or full, because my mom used to be a beer distributor for an Ughelli-based company called Superbrew, and even ran a chemist on the side. At the same time, she was a nurse, a midwife with Sapele Health Center. The carton room was my secret hiding place I love to go there and do things privately. At just about 12, I already had a whole need for privacy. You see, the many cartons provided a million hiding places for my secret things. Not all the things I did there was bad. That was the room, sitting among the scattered cartons and bottles, where my innocence was shattered, reading hundreds of pulp fiction novels and plays. In that private world, nothing outside mattered. All I wanted to do was get up and run to the neighborhood bookshop to get the next James Alley Chase or some Pacesetter paperback. In my mind, I had an easy familiarity with America, England, Vietnam, Russia, and many of the great cities of the world. Even though I had never been there, I was a citizen of the world by virtue of my readings. My eventual adventure into African stories gave me a powerful sense of identity. From Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God to Ngugi wa Thiong'o's The River Between, Grain of Wheat, Kamala Laye's Weep Not Child, to Aiki Uyama's The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. It was a wildfire of politics, mystery, romance, war, and peace, all in the mix. Mine was the story of a young man in formation. Let me quickly reveal that I also love to steal into Olympia Cinema, which used to be very famous in Sapele at the time. It was at the very end of Okpe Road, the most commercial road in Sapele, to watch Indian movies and other popular American movies. I also had a once-in-a-lifetime experience of watching the epic by Hubert Ogunde titled Jayesimi. This was in the early 80s. How does the 12-year-old finance this rich taste in books, music, and culture? I started by helping myself to leftover coins on the table, by the bedside, in the pockets. I became bolder in my desperation to finance my addiction. I would pop into Dad's room and rummage through his jacket. Sometimes I would watch Mommy's use milk tin, where she used to keep money from sales. Many times I was caught in the act, and then my parents, both of them, would unleash hell. I would get an insane flogging with the used fan belt of my father's car. It was terrible. But my mother could see that the beatings were not working, that the stone in my heart was gradually becoming a diamond, and that if nothing was done, this boy could go over the edge. One day she caught me red-handed, then walked into the carton room, looked straight into my eyes and asked, "My son, Aki, should I kneel down for you?" This struck me as very odd and I stiffened. I could see the tears well up in her eyes and almost broke my heart in two. How can I cause her so much pain? This woman that I love so much. It was this time a different kind of fear, born of love and admiration. She continued, "Don't you know it is very wrong to steal? That's why I want to kneel down to beg you to stop. It will destroy your life if you don't stop. Pause and touch me. That's why I want to kneel and beg you to stop. Let me kneel." I was alarmed that she would do it. It suddenly occurred to me that this wasn't a game between me and my parents, that there was something much bigger at stake. It was my very first attempt to grasp the eternal conflict between utility and morality. Until this day, I can still hear the clanging as the coins dropped. "You must promise me never to do this again." And that was it. One amazing thing about her was she never doubted my word. And also, I never lied to her. Lessons learned. If your child lies to you, that means you must have been overreacting to his past errors. Take it easy, parents. Now, let's leave those childhood fantasies and talk about the reading culture. How many of our children these days crave for reading books and stories that can enrich their knowledge and broaden their views on global matters? Do we even have mentors who are willing to ignite the youth's passion for reading, just like my mother did? I once read a sad commentary that if you want to hide an item from an African, you don't want him to find it, hide it inside the book, because it will never open to read it. So sad. That was not the norm in those good old days. How did we get here? How or when did that passion and quest for knowledge take flight in our lives as a nation? What do we need to do to bring back those cherished good old days when we compete with the number of books read and not with the number of social outings attended? Is it too late to change the narrative? No. We can bring back that reading culture. Our children must not only be told these stories, they must be made to read them. The will to make the difference is all we need. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I therefore join Sir Shemore Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at Ikeja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East, and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." I said, "Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue?" So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, "This is the bill." And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to eat. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who live their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you. You're just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information, help curb this is spread of information, educating people. And that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes, you know, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. That's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. Always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things. So I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada. I just want to go to the US. I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world. So you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews. You submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6, 7 of them in the last 4, 5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can. It's not as if, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. Give them, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like, the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving. So if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends. You're going to be leaving your family. You're going to be leaving your job. You're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. You know, age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Colbert, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought. What was it like for you the first time?
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
es ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not
immer
everybody
dann
can
halt
get
so
a
einen
lamb
Lamm
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist so.
That's
Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist
it
auch wieder das,
special.
da haben wir den
And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung. Wenn's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes! About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst als erstes.
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about, even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and, in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious Flight Academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes. It's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first, or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merry. comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years?
Wie soll das gehen?
Really?
Krieger, is that you?
Erika!
What are you doing here?
Ich dachte, wir feiern nicht
How
den
about a bit of
Weihnachten
Christmas
in diesen
in these
Zeiten.
troubled
Wir müssen ja was
times?
machen.
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
Sprechen wir weiter darüber.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
Hi there, my name is Yemi Ogunseye, aka Gucci. Here is my good old days story. I grew up in a disciplined, tight and close-knit polygamous home. I oscillated between Otan-Igbaju, Gbongan and Ife to my earliest recollections. I vividly remembered my first visit to Ibadan for a vacation either in 69 or 70, about the Civil War time. I remember seeing lorries carrying soldiers to the war front, passing our frontage in Gbongan. So here I was in Ibadan, face to face with a television set. It was magical, curious and disturbing. I wondered where sat the fellow talking to us on the screen. Severally, I would discreetly go behind the set to see if I could locate the person. At times, we could have as many as 10 people on the screen. So where in Jesus' name were they? Eventually, sometimes later, Dad bought one from Zabade in Ibadan, a big black and white fellow that was followed almost in a jiffy by a colored one that swept everyone off their feet. I can still recall the schedules of favorite programs in those days. Monday evening for combat, Tuesdays for Kotu Ashikpa, Wednesdays for Baba Salah, Thursdays for Adima Jason, Fridays wrestling from Great Britain, Saturdays for village headmasters, and Sunday for Obadari. Not forgetting Baba Miro's Awada Keri Keri, Chief Zebudara's Masquerade, Bongo Ikwe's Kokru Adon, Samanja, Suradi Taylor, Coco Close, Magana Jariche, Mind Your Language, Hammer House of Oro, Soul Train, CI5, The Professional, Sesame Street, Voltron, and many others. Those were the days of quality programming, sound presentation, and socially relevant jingles like Agbada Odalorun Keke, Good Name is Better Than Gold and Silver, and a host of others. Life back then was innocent, communal, serene, and low-pressured. Education was paramount, almost like home training. We know almost all that stayed in the neighborhood. Trekking to and fro from my school, St. Saviour's African Church Primary School, Salvation Army Road, Ibadan, was one of the biggest fun in my life, with my mates jabbering away on everything our little minds could comprehend then. I remember with nostalgia with the interest everyone had in us when we were preparing for our common entrance examinations. School Wolomu, Dola College, Oje Kawe Dada, show me wípé wọ́n mọ̀ wí gan ní school ẹ̀. That was common refrain then. I got into Lola College eventually, the great Lola College, the best in every way. Although someone once remarked that it's only God knows how these trying times become the good old days. Because then, our parents regaled us with stories of the good old days too. And some of those stories we found unbelievable. Now, I will understand if our children today also find some of our good old days stories incredibly unbelievable. For me, the good old days were exciting and adventurous, not the TV kind or the movies kind or the PlayStation kind, but the kind that was real, practical, and blissful. Now, must we continue with this sad trend of always referring to our past as a nation as good when we can positively project into a greater future for us and the upcoming generation? Can we stem the tide and change the narrative? Yes, we can. We can begin to borrow lessons from the past and take conscious steps that will not only guarantee us a brighter future, but will ensure we become a greater nation as well. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children tomorrow. I therefore join Sir Shemori Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. I am so excited about this event. Engineer Vincent Maduka, Pioneer Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority, recently had his book titled The Real Life: My Years Managing Public Service Television reviewed. Friends, family, and well-wishers gathered around to show support. Let's go see this. We'll be right back. Veteran broadcast engineer Vincent Maduka's real-life chronicles the history of public broadcasting service in Africa, particularly from a Nigerian perspective. The memo captures both his personal and professional experience at Western Nigerian television from 1961 to 1968 to when he became the Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority from 1977 to 1986. One of the memo's key themes is the use of TV program content as a tool for unity and cultural change. Maduka provides exhaustive and relatable examples of how programs such as Village Headmaster, Cock Crow at Dawn, and New Masquerade promoted Nigeria's diversity and culture. He also details the background development and training of manpower that formed the core of the personnel that started Nollywood.
7 years coming, was born in the Egbededo area of Lagos on 5th October 1935 of parents who hailed from Ila, Delta State, was also named Bamidele by their neighbor, Dele for short. He attended the Lagos Government School and won a full scholarship to King's College, Lagos in 1949. He graduated with a BSc Honours in Electrical Engineering from the University of Leeds, England in 1959, and also received the MENG-SC degree in Applied Acoustics from the University College of Dublin, UCD, Ireland in 1969. He undertook a graduate apprenticeship with the renowned radio company Marconi Company Limited in the UK and joined the Western Nigeria Broadcasting Corporation, WNTV WNBS Ibadan.
I've written speeches. You have a workshop on cameramanship or something, which I was invited to address. I would write something about the importance of camera work, whatever, just bits and pieces of papers that I've given before. And then write a book, write anything on television. That was what more or less the audition to me was saying. Then there was another colleague at WNTV and then later at NTA, Yemi Faromi, who was one of the reviewers of the book on the day it was launched. And he said there was no way I have to write it. So I'll have a go. So that's the question. Why did I write a book? That's why. I keep to write a book. How I then did it another thing.
How the process of writing, how long did it take?
It was 10 years. In the sense that after God's pressure, I had to think about it. Okay, I should write a book. What would be interesting? I mean, if I was going to read a book, only because it's interesting. So what did I consider of interest to a reader? And first I got somebody whom I dictated to. I backtrack a bit. I had a friend, a Spaniard, who Professor Alos is called. He's the founder of the Lagos Business School as well as the Pan Atlantic University. He was the first vice chancellor and first dean and all that. And we got talking, and I found he was writing 3 books at the same time. Because he was a university professor, so he'd been writing. How can you write 3 books at the same time? I can't write one. How do you do it? Oh, he said he had the notes on each of the subjects. And then he dictated to somebody on one subject, that one went away. Then he dictated the other one. And then when they came separately, he edited and he dictated more. And so he was writing 3 books at the same time. So I don't want to write 3. I mean, I can't write one even. So I thought, well, if somebody can write 3 books at a time, let me have you go at one. I may not have the question dead right, but my comment on the all news station characteristic is that I would expect every bulletin, every newscast to be updating the last one and to relate to it. I find that it's as if there are different compartments. Somebody gives the news at 1 o'clock. Well, it's probably the same team at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Somehow they are not linking with what they've told us before. It's my observation. It's nice for somebody when you hear the news at 2, you know that the man who had it at 1 and yourself are Fine. But I would like that at 2 o'clock you have updated the 1 o'clock news. And at 1 o'clock you are asking me, because really it's a promotion, that we will bring you more on this later today. So I'm on the watch out. Yes. But they don't do it. They just come down and say that's all the news of the day. At 2 o'clock you had the same thing as you had at 1 and so on. Whereas, I said, I would expect 1 o'clock. And when I'm signing on, I said, we are going to follow this story and we'll bring you more data. I'm on the lookout for them. I don't get it. Well, that's at 10 o'clock on Sundays. Yes, they do. As a social, yes. And you notice that the journalists don't even respect it. I was reading one. There are some veterans, television veterans on WhatsApp, and so they say, "Oh, this 10 o'clock on NTA, is it journalism?" I said, "What is journalism?" They've taken an aspect of journalism where they are on their own. Nobody's competing with them there. And then you say, "Oh, what you learned at school." If you stay at school, you should not have graduated. I mean, don't do what is wrong. Wrong is what all of us can criticize. But they've taken a style. Somebody was raped in a small village in Niger State. They told us, we are following this story. And they kept following it. I watch it every night at 10 because I remember when I was 19, weekends, dry news. Waiting. Government has shut down. UAC is gone to bed. So there's no news of all the things happening. You can't tell it. No news on the weekend. What about ordinary things happening? Not government, not big boys. And so that's 10 o'clock was started on Sundays. After news summary, then social news, if you like. Things that regularly are not followed up. So they started on that. Remote villages, they bring something out. One was tapping palm wine, which is not news.
Friends, family, and well-wishers gathered around to show support.
The next event is a book launch. The role of women in nation building has been re-echoed through a book titled Pelewura, the book written by Associate Professor of Psychiatry and newspaper columnist Dr. Femi Olugbile, a doctor cum author, was unveiled in Lagos.
It is the launch of the book Pelewura. It reveals the untold story of gender politics in early colonial Lagos and Nigeria. The book encapsulates the historical foundation of Lagos and Yoruba land. It beams a searchlight on a woman, Alimotu Pelewura, a heroine in Yoruba land. Dr. Femi Olugbile is the author of Pelewura. He shares more insights into the content of his book.
In the course of my work, I met Alhaja Abibatu Mogaji, and I found her to be very powerful and very inspirational, despite the fact of her limited education. And then when I read history further and I discovered Pelewura, who was actually a true historical figure, I found some commonalities between those three characters, and I decided to look further into the character of Pelewura. And that's what I found was that many things that happened to her were emblematic of developments of Lagos in her time, and she had a very major impact. And a lot of those things can be transformational if the present generation can imbibe them.
The book is captivating and compelling as it offers a fresh perspective on lesser-known aspects of Lagos history. Dr. Olugbile believes that Pelewura would deeply impact its readers.
All the children of Lagos should read about Pelewura. They should read this book. I think it will help to connect them with their past and help them to recognize that they have within themselves great power that they need to tap into, they need to connect with and they need to carry forward to help. There may have been some difficult things happening in the recent past, discouraging people and making them feel low about themselves. If they read empowering testimony about their actual past, then it can make people connect with their inner selves and lead their children to have great discoveries and open new vistas for better living for all of us. Again,
the reviewer, Bashirun J.K. Rondo, recommended the book to all and sundry, describing Kwelewura as brave and combative.
She, Kwelewura, was a powerful woman who had been cooked in the pot by her illustrious mother. That was lost on me. And there are so many others that I couldn't feel. And if the Lord did not begin to further compound matters, the author occasionally lapses into racial profiling.
Olugbile has authored 6 books, including Lonely Men, Leader, 10 Ahead, Bartolika, Heroes, and the latest edition, Kwelewura.
Whilst Kwelewura was in charge of the market, women and men then, Abba Macaulay was practically the leader of the political leader as at then, and they both contributed a lot to what we now enjoy as our Lagos. So I'm very happy with the author for putting it down, and we also encourage other Lagosians and some other people that are very knowledgeable, that have experience, to share their experiences by putting it down so that generations yet unborn can go back to those books and read.
And this book will just complete history. And there are many more books like this that should come out to show the role of women. As for the author himself, I'm not surprised that he's such a wonderful author, because even as a psychiatrist, he's one of the best psychiatrists Nigeria has ever produced. So whatever he does very, very well.
Good morning, distinguished, very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a fine morning in Lagos. Let's just assume that we are on a flight to Abuja and imagine what the captain will say. We have very good weather, a little drizzle, but definitely the flight is going to be smooth. So in case you experience any turbulence, please relax. We have very capable hands who are in control. And that brings me to welcoming very, very distinguished personalities that we have. When I look at the array, I see names that when I was still in the primary school, also I had them. They are trailblazers when you talk about the development and progress of Nigeria, and in particular, Lagos State in particular. I'm not here alone. I have also a colleague of mine that we will make sure that we have a very good outing today. I have Dr. Leke Oshuniyi, who is going to be my co-anchor. Please come on the... Dr. Oshuniyi, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Somebody wrote, he said, if you are going to be great, you need to do 3 things. You need to plant a tree. In those days, we used to say, you need to have a son.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, excellence is not a standard but a journey. It's a continuous process of striving for improvement, pushing boundaries, and setting new benchmarks. These were the submission of the chairman, CMS Grammar School Merit Award 2023, Senator Akin Odunsi, in his opening remarks at the event which was held at the school premises in Bariga, Lagos. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Grammarians from within and outside Nigeria are well represented here. The Venerable Adelaja Hall was filled to capacity, with the old grammarians accompanied by their families, friends and loved ones as they relished the moment. And quickly, they settled down to the day's business. First was a citation of the chairman of the day, Senator Akin Odunsi. Senator Odunsi commended the commitment of members to excellence, which he said has remained the driving force behind the growth of the school.
As we come together to recognize and celebrate excellence, we acknowledge the toil and remarkable achievements of individuals, sects, chapters, and branches who have demonstrated exceptional performance, ingenuity, and a tireless commitment to preserving the great legacy of our alma mater.
This was followed by an opening remarks by the President, Old Grammarian Society, OGS, Cyril Ogbekene. The President said the concept of the Merit Award was ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution.
In hindsight, most, if not all, grammarians present here would agree that the concept of the Merit Award we run today is ingrained in the reward system culture of the CMS Grammar School as an institution. And the truth can say the fact that the ever-invigorating lyrics of the world's best school song resonates in the enduring culture of our community.
Now, the awards proper. The Outstanding Grammarian Award went to late Venerable Dr. Yinka Omololu. In the Individual Merit Awards category, Adesonya Laide, Madweke Chike, Iyonda Olujide were among those honored.
On behalf of the joint operators of CMS Grammar School, Bariga, Lagos, we present this award to our distinguished old grammarian, Professor Adedeleke Ogumefu, 1978-87. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Alaja Nino. This honor is well deserved and is long overdue. Congratulations on behalf of the whole Grammarian Society.
Some of the awardees spoke with Plus TV News. With so much nostalgia, they relieved how CMS Grammar School helped in preparing them for the future.
Awards like these are very significant because it encourages others to follow suit and to let you know that you are not a fool giving to others. So it kind of energizes you, it gives you more energy to do even more, So, and I pray by the grace of God, we have not started, we have only just begun.
With an air of fulfillment, the president of Old Grammarians, Cyril Ogbekene, spoke on the significance of the awards.
What we're celebrating today is excellence, is consistency, is focus and determination to be the very best that you can be. And that is what we are celebrating. We celebrate it for those who have left school. We celebrate it to inspire those who are still in school. There are people from the UK, Europe. There are recipients from OGS America, and in point of fact, OGS America has got a class or this branch set award. So that's as global as it is.
The first documented Old Grammarians Merit Award was held in 2001.
With the passage so far of what is my divinely predestined lifespan, I could never have dreamt of the opportunity to speak to a gathering of colleagues, friends, and relations in my alma mater before the bell tolls. My scholarly heritage sprouted from this school 76 years ago. It was here that I learned that the molding of my life would be an exercise in futility, except it has a divine core. That was what Nisi Dominus Frustra means to me. In 1954, 69 years ago, I passed out of this school to face the realities of the wider world, armed to the teeth with all my might and determined to fly with my wings plumed. I was to sum up courage and scorn defeat, but never to forget Christ as the sovereign Lord as I press on with eager feet to climb up and on. I thank the global president of the Old Grammarian Society for recognizing that I and my colleagues must have done something these past 76 years to have kept the flame burning brightly ever. I cannot but remember some of my classmates of like minds, like Emeritus Professor Prince Samuel Adetola Adebonojo, the patron of the OGS Americas and UK Europe chapters, and High Chief Akike Disu of Eagle Paints, also a grand patron of the OGS UK Europe chapter. Among those in eternal rest are Venerable Shegun Bamishebi, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Dako Majebodumi, clinical pathologist, Professor Festus Oshieni, biochemist, Professor Labode Akindele, psychiatrist, Bolaji Akinsanya, surgeon, Chief Bola Ogulewe, Colonel Olu Akiyemi, Chief Babatunde Bensi, Sam, and High Chief Ernest Adedwe Shonekon, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and grand patron of the CMS OGS Americas in 2017, the position he held until his demise in 2021. May their souls rest in peace. Amen. I was the school prefect and the cricket captain in 1954. Without the arrogance of self-adulation, I have remained loyal to the ethics of school in my scholarly pursuits with a sense of responsibility to my alma mater.
He's done a lot and he's still doing a lot. He's a very distinguished grammarian. And it's good to be here because I thought when the members of our OGS UK Europe are getting the Merit Award, I have to come and support them. And that's why I came here. I flew in yesterday night. Thank you so much for Dr. Babalola and the other members of OGS UK Europe.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy. Welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi. Welcome.
Hello. Nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada. Pleased to see you again.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have two callings from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka.
Yeah.
Do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the net of recession But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in, at this point, I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose, can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes, pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax. I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, right? Away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. If you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. My kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is,
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has 2 threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
We have power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anini?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you are going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So it's not 9.
More than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you are not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we are rightly pointed out, do you think the points made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission, so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability. Because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable, and I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious, and topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria. Yes, and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to, and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Ndi, I am happy you're reacting. I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background, your mother is a professor, you literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here and we'll be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Messi. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Messi, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys there. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there, was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
So would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you allow it, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry, any group of boys, indoctrinate them and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetuate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. you have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it, and I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time, and asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi, because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
Contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, arguing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay. I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Ose's fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. They have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. The restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, I can't seem to find the answer to this. This is like this. It looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. This side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches get the scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, this rot is the same, and the help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings, and money goes into these things, people fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We're thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think up any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jama'ah local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remark?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama'a local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay? Those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us. We have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests. Ose Anene Ndikato, your inputs, brilliant inputs. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulokwe. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
Senate asked the federal government to withhold allocations to local councils not democratically elected. And in Ondo State, the Speaker of the Ondo House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, has revealed President Tinubu asked Ayedatiwa to tender undated resignation letter. I am Gola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The Senate has asked the federal government to withhold statutory allocations to any local government councils not democratically elected. The upper chamber unanimously resolved that this move would deter the dictatorial tendencies of any state governor. This resolution comes against the backdrop of a motion moved by Senator Abba Moro on the urgent need to halt the erosion of democracy vis-a-vis the dissolution of elected councils in Benue State. The lawmakers argued that the placement of caretaker committees to replace elected councils is an aberration, undemocratic, and a breach of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended. Joining us live is Nasarawa Chairman of Association of Local Government of Nigeria, Algon Alhaji Aminu Muazu. My fact, we'll go on a short break. We'll soon be back. Welcome back. We had technical issues connecting with our first guest. We moved to the second topic for the day, and we are very grateful to our guest who is literally on as we speak. The Speaker of the Ondo State House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, has revealed that as part of efforts at ending the political crisis in the state, President Bola Tinubu had asked the Deputy Governor, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, to tender an undated resignation letter. And despite moves by President Tinubu and the leadership of All Progressives Congress APC to resolve the political crisis currently rocking governance in that state, the issues seem to be piling up by the day as the State Assembly has demanded the resignation letter of Aiyedatiwa as proposed by the President. Joining us live is Kennedy Peretai, PDP Publicity Secretary, Ondo State. Honorable Peretai, good to have you guesting on Plus Politics.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Well, the name is pronounced Perete.
Thank you very much. I was just about saying, I hope I've not murdered the name. I really wouldn't like to be accused of murder, you know. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. What is happening in your state? Just when we thought we had made some steps in the direction of progress, the crisis seems to be recalibrating and moving in the direction of discombobulation. What is happening?
Well, you will recall that immediately they returned from Abuja, I issued a statement to say that what President Tinubu has done amounts to window dressing, that the issues have not been addressed, and that as long as the governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, remains in hiding, as it were, it means there is not going to be respite, and the siege was still on. But 2 days after, we saw the first fireworks. You know, the State Assembly was said to have been, they are said to have received a list of nominees for to be council chairman and vice chairman. And we were told reliably that the deputy governor was not in know of it. But before we knew it, we went to court. The court did not give us a date, but we actually issued a statement saying that what they did was an illegality, because as far as the Constitution of Nigeria is concerned, local governments are supposed to be administered by democratically elected officials. That is Section 7 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. But they have not done that. Yesterday, the High Court in Ondo State gave us an order restraining them from swearing the illegal chairman. But we're told that by around 8 p.m., they hurriedly went to the Cocoa Conference Hall and swore them in. So we have not seen the last of this crisis. It has just started as far as I'm concerned.
As the official opposition party, we know this is the presidential system of government and we don't quite have something akin to official opposition party as you have in the parliamentary system of government. But the PDP would ordinarily be referred to as the leading opposition party in the state. What are the options that the PDP has at this juncture beyond noise making? You must have some constitutional remedies. You have members in the State House of Assembly, don't you?
Yeah, we are 4 members. You know, what we are having in those states is quite embarrassing. And statesmen, elder statesmen like Chief Ruben Fashionti have intervened. They have written to Mr. President. We have also provided options. What can be done? First, if Rotimi Akeredolu cannot resume, as is the case now, we have also proposed that he should honorably resign, because as it is now, Ondo State is drifting. Nobody is in charge of the affairs of Ondo State. There is no governor, there is no deputy governor. The third in rank, which is the Speaker of Assembly, has been embroiled in a crisis with the deputy governor in the state. So, but the House of Assembly is operating, not as on the basis of parties. Once they enter plenary, or once they enter the one that they call executive session, according to them, they operate together. So it is not the matter of whether this person is PDP or this person is.
I would suppose that statement that once they enter executive session, they operate together is an indictment of your party. That your members in the House of Assembly are lacking ideological commitment. They have no respect for the Nigerian Constitution, and they go in cahoot with the majority party that is seemingly slapping the Constitution black and blue.
No, I've not said that. If you remember the processes that were involved, at a particular time, 11 members of the 26 members of Assembly were opposed to the impeachment. The 4 members, the PDP members in that assembly, are part of the 11. So we cannot say that they are working together with the APC majority. I've not said that. What I said was that at a time when some lists were making the rounds about signatures, one of the members from the PDP, that's the minority leader of the House, said that the list that was seen in public domain with the signature was the list they signed for attendance in one of their meetings. It was not for impeachment. But as it were, it was difficult for him to come to the public and make that known so that it will not be a case of the majority suspending the minority, which happens all the time. We saw it in Edo State, where the governor made sure that some members of the assembly were suspended, and for a period of almost 3.5 years. You also need some tact so that you don't get expelled, you don't get removed from parliament, and you'll be helpless, even though they don't have such powers. So that is exactly what I mean, that when they enter into executive session, they operate as a body, not as this one is PDP or this one is APC, not because they are collaborating with the so-called majority.
However, the Constitution also has a provision that empowers the lower house of the National Assembly in a crisis situation like this, especially where you have an aberrant House of Assembly, to take over the powers of the State House of Assembly. And I would suppose at this juncture, the members of the PDP, both from Ondo State and at large in the National Assembly, especially the House of Representatives, ought to be articulating the implementation of that provision now. Don't you think so?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the issues are still being pursued because there is a provision, a constitutional provision, which says that if the governor is unable to perform the duties of his office or the president beyond a particular point, maybe beyond 21 days, I think section 190, subsection 2, it says that the deputy governor is supposed to be empowered through the doctrine of necessity to act in the position of the governor, which is what we have asked the Ondo State House Assembly to do, and they have not done. But in this case, what is clear to the public is that the Speaker of the Ondo State House Assembly is a master of impunity. He is somebody who has made up his mind that he will stand against the will of the people, the wishes of the people, and continue to take instructions from wherever source is taking this instruction from. For example, how on earth can a speaker says that he was constituting caretaker committees when the Constitution clearly states that elections, democratically elected officials are supposed to run the affairs of the local government? So is it not the case of the lawmaker breaking the law? So Oladipo has clearly shown himself as incompetent and against the wishes of the people. So we are still in court in several of these cases.
I hope, Kennedy, I hope you know the difference between what is called politicking and realpolitik. Kennedy, any reasonable Nigerian will agree with you that mountains of illegalities are literally being, are metaphorically being built in Ondo State. But the problem that an average, reasonable, well-educated, well-enlightened Nigerian would have is that what beyond the histrionics of talk, and talk is cheap. What is a party like PDP doing? Are you taking recourse to the law? Because as we speak, the Speaker of the House of Assembly and the controlling party in the House of Assembly are no bigger than the rule of law. And the only machinery that you have to articulate the effectiveness of the rule of law, we don't seem to see you guys articulating it. So is it just going to be you'll be speaking grammar, and the illegality will be going on?
Let me explain to you, please. Now, you said whether there is a difference between politics and realpolitik. I don't know about that. But what I can tell you is that when this matter started, apart from beyond issuing statements, beyond issuing press statements, we staged a protest in which I'm sure you are aware that armored personnel carrier was moved to our office to seal it up by the Commissioner of Police for days. And yesterday, we have a court injunction restraining the government of Ondo State, anybody for that matter, from swearing in local government administrators or local government chairmen. Last night, at about 8 o'clock, 9 p.m. in the night, they went and swore in these people against a court order that is before them that they were served with this injunction. So when you are talking about people that are fraudulently, stamping on the Constitution of Nigeria and stamping on the interests of the people, what else can we do? We are in court, even in this case of the assembly, and the swearing in of this illegal local government chairman. Then, as per enforcing the law to making Ondo State benefit from governance, because since the heart of the ship of the state is breaking apart, nobody is in charge of anything. So we are trying to go to court, but the courts don't. We are not the judges. It is what they give us. Even this matter that was decided yesterday, we filed on the 13th of November. We didn't get a date until yesterday. So it is what we can do is just within the law. The policemen came and said about we cannot even proceed on a legitimate protest. And our rights as Nigerians is enshrined, is constitutionally granted guarantee that we can demonstrate, we can move freely. But they stopped us. We went to court, but they said since they have or leave our office, we are free to go. So these are the things we are talking. State protest, go to court, approach the court. I hear that one now. I say, come and be acting governor. Or go to Aketi, wherever he is, and bring him to the state. As we speak, we don't even know where he is. The people that are managing him have not told us where Aketi is. And for more than 6 months, nobody has seen this man in public space. What are we talking about?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we saw pictures of Southwest APC governors in a camaraderie session with him, reportedly in his house in Ibadan. But that does not, what is happening in Ondo State is saddening. For a man who, for the better part of his adult life, had epitomized, and I'm choosing my words carefully, had epitomized the rule of law, the integrity of the law, to be the chief dramatis persona. Now that all these illegalities are built around, it's saddening. But you know what? Politics sometimes, the way you partisans play it, and none of you can be said to be innocent. I'm sitting here now feeling frustrated as a Nigerian, feeling abused, and yet, I can't blame you. You've tried the way of the courts. The speaker reportedly, allegedly, from what you've said now, deliberately disrespected the order of the court yesterday. So you've told us, allegedly. I'm not affirming it. But what else can be done? This madness has to be tackled.
What the Speaker of the House of Assembly and those working in cahoots with him are asking for is anarchy. Because in a state where laws are not obeyed, laws are put in place for the order of society, for the good of well-being of the state. So in a situation whereby somebody flagrantly abuses the law, is tramples on the law, and says, what can you do? It means we're asking for anarchy. If a man slaps you, maybe you go to court. Say, look, somebody has slapped you.
I wouldn't want to encourage you, Kennedy, especially for somebody who holds a very lofty office very lofty office in a major political party, to speak as though you are encouraging violence.
Well, I'm saying, even if the President Jeff Kennedy says so, those who make peaceful change impossible, make a violent change inevitable. That's what I'm saying. That it's an invitation to
anarchy. I'm basically counseling, especially yourself, that you must be very, very determined not to be seen to be encouraging violence. Number one,
I have not said so. I'm only stating the obvious.
I don't really. I'm not condemning you, but I have a duty too to make sure that you are made to realize that some of your emotive pronouncements can be misconstrued by those who are ill-educated, who are not as exposed as you are, and that is why it is incumbent on me to make sure that I let you realize that you have a duty, especially to a system that you are profiting from, to be very circumspect in your use of language.
No, what do you mean by profiting from? Is this situation profiting from in what sense? I'm a Nigerian. I'm not in government.
No, you are the spokesperson of one of the two major parties in Nigeria. Yes, in a state of anarchy, there wouldn't be room for you to even sit.
I think it's better that you get me clearly. It's better you get me clearly. What I said, those who make peaceful change impossible.
I'm familiar with the dictum. I'm familiar with the dictum. I'm familiar with the victim Kennedy, and I know how. I'm equally very, very angry. I must be very honest with you, and it's so much painful because on a previous occasion that Aketi stood for the integrity of the Constitution and our laws. He actually counseled somebody who was in the same situation that he is in now to resign. If Aketi resigns today, it will not be in penury. It will not be hungry. It will not lack anything that will still protect his life and give him the dignity of an upper class life in Nigeria. So why are people now determined to push him in the direction of stigmatizing his legacy? Because at this juncture, Aketi's legacy as a human being is practically being stigmatized. I think it's about time members of his family, close members of his family, and people, the hangers on who think they are profiting from this, they are rubbishing his legacy. My opinion, it doesn't make it this thing, but this is saddening, very saddening.
It's unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate that Ondo State is in this state of affairs, because Ondo State is populated by very cerebral and people who are well-to-do in every walk of life. But where we have found ourselves is quite unfortunate, and we are using the opportunity to plead with those that are holding Ondo State by the jugular that they should release Ondo State so that we can have peace in Ondo State, we can have governance in Ondo State the way it ought to be. Anybody can be ill. Nobody is challenging the fact that Akedi, why should it be ill? No, why not? Anybody can be ill. But the Constitution provides for a situation like this. So once it happens, there is a constitutional safeguard which must lash onto for the state to move forward, which is what some people are holding back, including the Speaker of the Local Assembly. For example, how can anybody tell a man that was duly elected to bring a letter of resignation that is not dated? Where on earth is it hard? Where has that kind of thing ever happened before? It's ridiculous, and it's actually making Ondo State look like people don't even know what they are doing. And just a few people are doing all of this. And we are using the opportunity to plead with them that it will be in their own very best interest, because there's posterity in everything we do. There's history. I'm going to record for everybody which role individuals played in this drama. And we are just doing our own part as much as we are able to do, using the law as our guide.
This issue of Aiyedatiwa having been made by the president to sign an undated letter of resignation, one does not know how far that is true, but I just pray it's not true. And the reason why I pray it's not true is that His Excellency the President may be walking a very, very thin line of decency on that subject for a man who, for a time in his life, stood against the Gorgon Medusa of autocracy, fought for democracy, had to go to exile for democracy, being privy. I just pray it's not true. And you see, I don't suppose people like you two or people
the Speaker said so. Speaker of the Ondo State Assembly said so in plenary. It is in black and white. He said so. It's on tape. I'm not the person saying it.
I understand your point, Kennedy, but at this juncture, I am not one that respects that speaker so much anymore, because he could say anything. A character like that could say anything to either want to bamboozle those who are not standing with him, or wanting to machinate his own selfish ambition. Because all this, to any political tea leaf reader. All this is about the ambitions, the vaulting ambitions of these characters. Or am I wrong?
Because, very correct, sir. What I said in some of the statements I issued earlier was that I expected Mr. President, who's also a veteran in this business of politics, to know that what is at stake is the 2024 elections coming up in Ondo State. Who will succeed Aketi in the APC? So it is a fireworks that is connected with who becomes the successor to Aketi to pick the APC ticket. Now, whatever it was, Aiyedatiwa is deputy governor, and he has a constitutional duty or responsibility to take over from Aketi if Aketi is incapacitated in this manner. But those who are also eyeing the governorship seat know that if Aiyedatiwa becomes acting governor, they will be at a disadvantage in the contest for the APC ticket. This is the underlying factor. This is what is behind all the fireworks I've seen.
I hope some of those who advise the president will remember that they literally, including the president, literally took to the streets when it was necessary to help articulate the emergence of the then Vice President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to have the Constitution work as it ought to work for him. And now, Kennedy, how do you want to end this? We really have to go now.
Yeah, let me say that the problems that we have in Ondo State are being inflamed by the president himself, because if some people are becoming difficult to deal with, are refusing court orders, he has that wit, he has that act, he has that strength. He's the leader of party in the APC, he's the president of the country, so it should have been able to streamline this operation, especially because after the Yaradua Jonathan incident, the National Assembly inserted this section into the Constitution that if a situation like this happens, that the doctrine of necessity be invoked, as in Section 190, subsection 2. So there would have been no ambiguity as to what. Imagine a president calling a meeting of that nature, and Aketi is not able to attend. That in itself is a statement. It means that if it were not something serious that was holding him down.
Okay, Kennedy, I feel you, as they say on the streets. I really pray that we always throw Christianese and Pentecostalese into it in Nigeria, but it's about time this unedifying situation in Ondo State ended. About time it ended. Thank you very much, Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you for gracing the show.
Thank you so much.
Today's throwback. Jos, a city that defines Nok antiquity, modern mining, and cosmopolitanism. In the depths of a giant nation that Nigeria is, among the rolling hills and lush landscapes, lies the city of Jos, a place whose history is as rich as the deposits of cassiterite, that is, the mineral from which tin, which at the dawn of the 1900s drew the exploitative attention of the British colonialists, who lured in laborers from all the major tribes of Nigeria, is derived. As the sun rises over the picturesque plateau, it illuminates a land that has been shaped by the footprints of ancient civilizations and the imprint of colonial rule, fostering a unique natural tapestry that weaves together the stories of the Nok people and the legacy of British influence. Long before the arrival of the colonialists, the land that would come to be known as Nigeria was home to the enigmatic Nok people, skilled artisans whose exquisite terracotta sculptures still captivate the imagination of modern-day archaeologists. The Nok people, thought to have thrived around 1000 before Christ, in the vicinity of today's city of Jos and the sprawling Nok Valley, which reaches far out to parts of Kaduna, indeed Kwara, left behind a trail of mastery and mystery. With their sudden disappearance in the late first millennium shrouded in the mist of time, the echoes of the Nok people lingered in the fertile soil of Jos as indigenous ethnic groups, predominantly farmers, cultivated the land and forged their own traditions and ways of life. As the wheels of history turned, the British colonialists cast their gaze upon the beautiful land, enticed by the discovery of vast deposits of cassiterite, the primary ore for the production of tin. The allure of mineral wealth led to the establishment of Jos as an important center for tin mining, forever altering the course of its history. The British, under the governance of direct rule, remember that the Fulani never conquered the aboriginals of the Benue Plateau territory, made their presence felt in Jos Plateau, a marked divergence from the indirect rule they employed in the Fulani Emirates. As the colonialists set foot on the soil of Jos, a coalition of cultures unfolded, with the indigenous ethnic groups navigating the complexities of a changing world while preserving the essence of their heritage. The rhythms of everyday life intertwined with the cadence of colonial influence, shaping the trajectory of the metropolis which Jos became and its people. Amidst the backdrop of tin mines and trading hubs, Jos emerged as a testament to resilience, inclusivity, and adaptation, a melting pot of tradition and transformation. The spirit of the Nok people found new expression in the midst of modernity, their legacy interwoven with the narrative of progress and perseverance. Against the enrapturing backdrop of rolling hills, the city stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of its inhabitants, who wove the fabric of their lives with threads of history and hope. In the heart of Jos, the history of resistance of tribal domination and millennia of anthropological artisanal mastery converge, creating a tapestry that captures the essence of a city shaped by the forces of change and the echoes of the past. I am Bola Oba.
My name is Akin Adeoya. Let me add my voice to this laudable project, the Good Old Days series. My major focus will basically be on my passion for reading while growing up, the extent I went in funding this habit, lessons learned, and values associated with the correctional methods employed by my dear mother of blessed memory. How did this adventure into Storyland begin? My earliest memory of how it all started was my mom gathering us for informal afternoon and weekend storytelling sessions. She would tell us the irresistible and fantastic stories by authors like Sir Rider Haggard, King Solomon's Mines, by Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice, and the like. Yes, she clearly had fun telling these stories, with the way she used to repeat the names of some of the characters with emphasis. Tuala the King, Gagul the Wish, Captain John Good. Firstly, let me share what I call my carton room experience and how it shaped my views in my growing up years. Though of Ifaki Kiti origin, I grew up in Sapele and Lagos. The carton room was a room devoted to storing hundreds of cartons of Skol beer, either empty or full. Because my mom used to be a beer distributor for an Ughelli-based company called Superbrew, and even ran a chemist on the side. At the same time, she was a nurse, a midwife with Sapele Health Center. The carton room was my secret hiding place. I loved to go there and do things privately. At just about 12, I already had a whole need for privacy. You see, the many cartons provided a million hiding places for my secret things. Not all the things I did there was bad. That was the room, sitting among the scattered cartons and bottles, where my innocence was shattered, reading hundreds of pulp fiction novels and plays. In that private world, nothing outside mattered. All I wanted to do was get up and run to the neighborhood bookshop to get the next James Hadley Chase or some Pacesetter paperback. In my mind, I had an easy familiarity with America, England, Vietnam, Russia, and many of the great cities of the world. Even though I had never been there, I was a citizen of the world by virtue of my readings. My eventual adventure into African stories gave me a powerful sense of identity. From Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God to Ngugi wa Thiong'o's The River Between, Grain of Wheat, Kamala Laye's Weep Not Child to Aiki Uyama's The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born. It was a wildfire of politics, mystery, romance, war, and peace, all in the mix. Mine was the story of a young man in formation. Let me quickly reveal that I also love to steal into Olympia Cinema, which used to be very famous in Sapele at the time. It was at the very end of Okpe Road, the most commercial road in Sapele, to watch Indian movies and other popular American movies. I also had a once-in-a-lifetime experience of watching the epic by Hubert Ugunde titled Jayesimi. This was in the early 80s. How does the 12-year-old finance this rich taste in books, music, and culture? I started by helping myself to leftover coins on the table, by the bedside, in the pockets. I became bolder in my desperation to finance my addiction. I would pop into Dad's room and rummage through his jacket. Sometimes I would watch Mommy's use milk tin, where she used to keep money from sales. Many times I was caught in the act, and then my parents, both of them, would unleash hell. I would get an insane flogging with the used fan belt of my father's car. It was terrible. But my mother could see that the beatings were not working, that the stone in my heart was gradually becoming a diamond, and that if nothing was done, this boy could go over the edge. One day she caught me red-handed, then walked into the carton room, looked straight into my eyes and asked, "My son, Aki, should I kneel down for you?" This struck me as very odd and I stiffened. I could see the tears well up in her eyes and it almost broke my heart in two. How can I cause her so much pain? This woman that I love so much. It was this time a different kind of fear, born of love and admiration. She continued, "Don't you know it is very wrong to steal? That's why I want to kneel down to beg you to stop. It will destroy your life if you don't stop. Pause and touch me. That's why I want to kneel and beg you to stop. Let me kneel." I was alarmed that she would do it. It suddenly occurred to me that this wasn't a game between me and my parents, that there was something much bigger at stake. It was my very first attempt to grasp the eternal conflict between utility and morality. Until this day, I can still hear the clanging as the coins dropped. "You must promise me never to do this again." And that was it. One amazing thing about her was she never doubted my word. And also, I never lied to her. Lessons learned. If your child lies to you, that means you must have been overreacting to his past errors. Take it easy, parents. Now, let's leave those childhood fantasies and talk about the reading culture. How many of our children these days crave for reading books and stories that can enrich their knowledge and broaden their views on global matters? Do we even have mentors who are willing to ignite the youth's passion for reading? Just like my mother did, I once read a sad commentary that if you want to hide an item from an African, you don't want him to find it, hide it inside the book, because he will never open to read it. So sad. That was not the norm in those good old days. How did we get here? How or when did that passion and quest for knowledge take flight in our lives as a nation? What do we need to do to bring back those cherished good old days when we compete with the number of books read and not with the number of social outings attended? Is it too late to change the narrative? No. We can bring back that reading culture. Our children must not only be told these stories, they must be made to read them. The will to make the difference is all we need. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I therefore join Sir Shemore Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying, doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at the Ikeja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the Amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday, and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit that shows your religion. So it shows it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So If a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, okay, why have you brought this woman here? And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me. And when I finished, the guy just lost it. How can you be talking to my wife? I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house, just sitting on my own, and friends said, come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat. Birthday party, oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue? So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, this is the bill. And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house, you invited me. I came to eat, now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, a better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you, just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information, help curb this is spread of information, educating people, and that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes, you know, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is, when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada, I just want to go to the US, I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world, so you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews, you submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is, not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can, it's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving, you know. So if Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, you know, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. You know, age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you know, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
Hello and welcome to this edition of our program. Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is someone who has played such a significant role in the development of hip-hop music in Nigeria, which has actually now transformed into what is popularly called Afro beats with the S. You understand me? And today he is functioning not directly as a practicing musician, and we'll get into that, but he's functioning as an administrator of sorts in the world of music. He is currently the president of the Performing Musicians Association of Nigeria, PMAN. Let's welcome together Pretty Okafor.
Thank you so much.
How are you
Thank
doing?
you for having me. I'm good.
Nice to see you. If you recall, there was a duo called Junior and Pretty back in the day. And they caught the nation by storm. Their music was very original. Their songwriting was simple, direct, and everyday. Nigerians related to it. There was one of their major hits. There was Monica Monica. And then after that was Bolanle. But I'm going to ask him a question now. How were you able to cope with the loss of your brother, friend, colleague, Junior?
It wasn't easy. I think till date it still affected me because we started as teenagers. Our first album were teenagers.
Yes.
With the Monica Monica thing, and so that means we grew up as children till when we became teenagers and to adulthood. So we've known each other for close to like 40 years. Then we're used to combining in the craft of songwriting, creating rhymes. We were the first people that started creating rhymes from our local content and all that.
Yes.
So the encouragement, may he so rest in peace, when Junior left, the encouragement wasn't there anymore, but I had so much responsibilities to handle. I had to now look after his family, my family, and the extended family. So it was a huge tax, but I thank God I survived it.
Yeah, one of the things that happened to you was that you went quiet, very quiet, and you look quiet naturally. So
I'm quiet.
Yeah. So you went quiet.
No, not really. I didn't go quiet. Like I said, I had to concentrate on building companies because Junior wasn't around. So making money from what we were doing, because from playing the concerts, we started producing and anchoring Benson and Hedges Golden Tones.
Yes,
you
I remember that.
So we're still doing that when he had that crash and passed. So I woke up one day, I just got irritated or frustrated, and I resigned. I don't want to work with.
That's going quiet.
Eh?
That's going quiet.
Yeah, but I went quiet, now concentrating, paying attention to build companies, to build structure.
So what companies were you building?
Okay, I was building Pretty Boy Entertainment. Pretty Boy Entertainment is the biggest. Pretty Boy Entertainment used to produce Mega Jam.
Okay.
So built Pretty Boy Entertainment, built Red Worldwide, and a whole lot. Red Worldwide is a marketing communication agency. So I was paying attention, building all those structures, making money anyway, so I could look after.
You could satisfy the responsibilities.
Responsibilities
that had fallen on you.
Yeah, and again,
you guys were first striking at the glass ceiling. These guys shattered it.
Yeah. So you could say we prepared the path for them to excel, and that's why till today I get excited. I'm happy with what is happening with our music scene and the growth.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, having seen what you did back in the day, how do you feel with the the exponential growth that could only have been dreamt up back then?
If I'm sure wherever Junior is very, very excited, because while we were 1989, 1990, while we were working seriously to build this same genre of music, what we wanted to do was how can we surpass the growth of reggae music. We're in Nigeria, so every other brand of music is excelling, but no one has crossed Nigeria or crossed Africa. But reggae was everywhere.
Reggae came from everywhere.
Yes, so we wanted to create a genre that can beat reggae. Though it didn't happen while we were still performing, but it has happened now.
Yes.
Like I said, Jen is very, very happy wherever he is. And I'm excited because what we planned, like I keep telling people, what happened to Afrobeat now was a predetermined progress. It was a predetermined structure that me and Junior built. We were chasing it. But again, if you're building something, I learned it with experience, if you're building something that is fantastic, you might not be the one that will take it.
It doesn't usually happen like that.
You know, so where the music industry is now, I'm excited, I'm proud. I keep telling it to everybody, just do what you can do that is your part, and the rest will take care of itself.
I'll take up one thing you said. You said something about collaborative songwriting, right? Between you and Junior in his lifetime. Is there the hope that the songwriting segment of the performing arts would be built up to international standards where people can write songs, give to somebody, license to somebody else to sing, and then they make money from it? Or they just have to keep selling?
No. It's already happening.
It is?
It is already happening. Like, luckily, I'm the president of the Performing Musicians Employers Association of Nigeria. Now, PMAN is not a music association. It's a trade union. It's the only trade union in creative industry.
Okay.
It's entertainment industry. So now going through that and also working, like a whole lot of people like, okay, we know pretty what he can do. We try to portray and push forward where songwriters are making money, composers are making money.
Okay.
They are sharing, splitting revenues when it comes to royalties. So now if you write song, you don't just write and they pay you off. You write and share split royalties. There's a split contract.
Okay.
So once that song start raking in billions, trillions,
you can even start with thousands.
Yes, but you start making money. So there's a whole lot of the songwriters now that don't just write song and they pay them 1 peanut. They write song and they do a contract.
Okay.
They can also pay them money, but they do a contract. And the contract is the split sheet contract that they will do with the artist. So once the song goes viral, the songwriter is also making money.
Is also making money, which brings me to this point, and that is that there used to be this issue of royalty, collection of royalty and all that. And recently, I think MCSN has been recognized as the only collecting society in the country licensed to operate within the country. Is PMAN part of that, or how does that impact PMAN and its members?
First, if getting into the system, and knowing what the structure of PMAN or authority of PMAN is, if PMAN does not agree, have a contract with you, you cannot collect from musicians. That's one thing for sure. So what MCSN is doing, because there's an agreement between PMAN and MCSN to collect for our members.
Okay.
And because we're a trade union, for a member means whether registered or non-registered musicians. So MCSN is actually the ones that are licensed right now to collect royalties for musicians. And PMAN supervises that collection. PMAN makes sure that the corporate bodies pay. MCSN collects, and MCSN distributes to the members, to the owners of the rights. Of the rights,
Okay. Now, the process of collection should suggest, or rather suggests that there's some level of registration, and you seem to have alluded to it when you said that whether you are a registered member or unregistered member.
That's for PMAN. That's for PMAN.
Yeah, I'm going to PMAN. So how does PMAN ensure that all musicians register?
Now, if you don't have to be a PMAN member before releasing a song. That's but our work is to monitor that structure, that scene, that music, and music entrepreneurship and music performance. That's what we do. So, but to collect your royalties. Now, they've been collecting royalties. Some of them don't register in Nigeria, some of them register outside.
Outside, yes.
But first, to collect your royalties, which is not your master royalties, is your mechanical royalties, your performance royalties, your digital royalties, or your needle time. We call it neighboring right royalty, but it's needle time royalty for you and your members. For you to collect that, you need a CMO, a copyright management organization, to be able to collect that. And for you to collect that and register in your account, you need to be a member of the CMO.
Okay, in this instance,
MCSN.
MCSN.
You need to be a member because MCSN has a reciprocal agreement with other CMOs around the world.
Around the world. Okay.
So when they collect rights of Nigerian musicians and all that, they channel it to MCSN. MCSN collects it from them and distributes. So for you to get your money in Nigeria, not just collecting in South Africa or in Ghana or that, to collect it from Nigeria, you need to be a registered member of MCSN.
Okay, so that's MCSN. Now, PMAN. Is membership open to anyone who is into music, or who is an instrumentalist, or who is what? And how does that happen?
Now, to be a PMAN member, you need to be a musician. You need to be a music practitioner. You need to be a music producer. You need to be a music director. You need to be a music promoter.
A promoter?
Yeah. Because the union accommodates people that work around music.
Okay, around music.
Yes. Yeah. So that's it. Your DJs, your dancers. Now, the reason why they created that body, and I'm sure when my leaders created it, they didn't, maybe where it was just me and my team that found out that we're actually a trade union, not an association. They were calling it an association until we got hold of the certificates and all that. Now, the reason for government to give PMAN that certificate is so that you could protect the rights of the musicians and the music practitioners.
Okay.
So the music practitioners could be all those people that I mentioned. And why they need to register so that PMAN can take care of their welfare. Now, like what we created recently, once you register, you get automatic medical insurance. You get a life insurance in case of eventualities. You get a pension plan in case when you get to 65 to 70 and you want to retire from active performance. Then you also get a backup for legal assistance in case of contractual issues. If you know, recently since we came up, it has died down. Contractual issues, then visa assistance. Also, PMAN is the only body that can give you a notary document that will make any country give you a work permit to do your tour. So if you're going tours around the world or any country, they definitely need a work permit in that country. Okay. And the only union or association that can give it to you
from here
is a PMAN.
So now, you see where you spoke about welfare. You will come to expatiate on it, but let's talk about what propelled you to run for the presidency of PMAN.
Wanted to do things the right way. I'm this person that believes that our country can be the biggest and the most beautiful country on planet Earth if we have fantastic leaders. So I've always said that. I've always worked towards that because I'm saying this because of how I've been able to manage my own company. Wanted to do something differently. The union was lying fallow until I was called upon. And I'll tell you again, they called me because I was successful in my own businesses.
What is the?
The elders in Pima.
Name them. A few of them.
Kenny George, Zima McCoy, Murphy Van Anthony. That's the era when they were having.
Okay.
So I came in and I said, okay, let's look at it. But we were able to build the structure now because I came in with the business background.
Okay.
Attitude. I came in and they were using some kind of funny lawyers, and I said, no, I need to bring my personal lawyer in here. I need to bring my personal accountant. I need to bring my personal finance director. So we started adjusting. We worked so hard, and we wanted to prove that, yeah, there might be some mistakes formally, but we're here now to take the union forward. And everybody can testify to what has happened. Recently, we purchased the first ever P-Man edifice for the past 40 years. And we moved the headquarters from Ikeja to the island. And then we're now springing up radio stations both in Lagos and Abuja. So
you have radio stations that are yours? Oh, that's good. Now, what's the significance of moving from Ikeja to the island?
Okay, we wanted to. I'm the middle school. If I should use the word, there's old school, there's new school, there's middle school. So me, Junior, and the rest of Sonny Neji,
people of your
Zaki, we're middle school. We're not new school. So actually, they voted us out, the younger ones. We have these other younger ones, Roger Man, Asha Gangali, and the rest.
Yes.
So when we got the fund to purchase the property, so I wanted to buy it in Ikeja.
Okay.
But the way I run the association, I run an open office. So we all voted. And I found out that it was only me and Sonny Neji that voted for Ikeja. The rest voted for Island. Like, what are we going to be doing on the island? What are we going to blah, 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 blah. But these boys sat us down and made us understand that the music industry has moved from Ikeja to Lekki. So if we want to get these boys to recognize, they know P-Man, some of them might know P-Man, but they don't understand the worth of P-Man. For them to understand that...
Or want to associate.
We need to buy the property where they reside, so where it's going to be closed. I doubted it, but again, we voted, so I allowed it. But I'll tell you the truth, at the time we purchased it, we're just doing all the renovation and all that. These boys still trooping in. The younger ones, the new car, the whole of them were trooping in. They were excited that P-Man that they know is actually has actually been revived and all that.
So it's like this is now our P-Man.
Now, no,
they have brought it to us.
Is their own P-Man now because I keep telling them I'm old school. But the beautiful thing, like what we keep telling them, once I leave, we're handing over to the younger ones. They are running it. We won't do that same mistake that the older ones, they want to stay put there and all that. So we're actually bringing them on board for them to understand how the structure works and how what you must do to progress and what you will do that will make you fail. So that's where we are.
Now, you said something about welfare for musicians. Now, the welfare in the Nigerian sense, it seems as if someone just takes over all your responsibilities. Is this clearly defined?
Yes, it is. For your medical insurance, is for, first, for you to understand the structure, is a group.
It's a group life thing.
Yes, a group life thing.
Group health thing.
Yes, because we are huge in number. I actually have 4 members of your family to be looked after with insurance.
Okay.
Now, the insurance is basic malaria, bed rest, drip, but once it comes to critical ailment like kidney and that will require approval again from from ESCOs and all that. But the regular accident, in case of you have permanent disability. If it's not dead, permanent disability. So that there's a particular money that will go to you for permanent disability, and there's a particular money that will go to the member of your family for that. That is for life insurance.
All right.
Then for pension plan, once you're 65, 70, and you've submitted your application that you are retiring from active performance. Yeah, it happens, a whole lot of them.
They submit to the union?
They submit to the union that they are retiring from active performance. So once they submit that, the process will go on, and the particular musician will be getting 100,000 monthly.
Really?
Yes.
You're saying that PMAN has that kind of...
PMAN
has that kind of policy in place?
PMAN has more than that. PMAN is likened to American Union structure.
Okay.
That's the way we built it. And if you've been to our edifice, our office, that is the standard. Because we have Afrobeat that has taken over the world. So these people started visiting. Like the first week we opened, we got people from America, people from Sweden and all that. It's been happening to be hosting them. So if they come, because I've been to their own offices, if they come, they're like, how did you guys get this idea? How did you build it? I remember the American people, entourage that came said, this is more like their own office.
Are you kidding?
In Nigeria. So that's what we're trying to do. We're not seeing ourselves as, I don't like using the word, we're not seeing ourselves as third world country.
As far as PMAN goes.
As far as PMAN goes, as Nigeria, because we have the highest natural resources. But I keep saying management has been the issue. But
that's very true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So that's the mentality that my team and I are working with. We are not seeing ourselves as lesser people or we're from the third world. We're seeing ourselves as God has given us everything, so we need to find a way to manage it properly.
But you see, you and your team seem to have come in with a vision. That vision we're going to discuss when we take this break. After this break, we'll come back and discuss it. Please stay tuned. Yes, welcome back. Pretty Okafor, PMAN president, is still my guest. Your team has a vision. What's the broad vision?
Putting a geopolitical structure for the music industry. What we're doing in Lagos right now and what we're doing in Abuja, before I leave, I'm sure we would have music and also business and before our brand of music. We're doing that so that musicians can have access to the facilities.
Okay.
Right. And these other facilities will also have the radio stations inclusive in these other facilities. That means at the end, yes, it will be a network. So it's a planned stuff. We are also building affordable homes for musicians.
Affordable homes?
Yes, in these geopolitical zones. We've already started. It's not I told you about the radio. Radio is already on.
Yeah.
Is on your Google Play Store now. But the equipment have arrived, so it's set up. So whatever I'm saying is what is going to is a legacy. What is going to be there after my tenure, after the tenure of my other parties.
You're sounding like somebody who has made up his mind that, okay, after this period, I'm not going to be directly involved in administration of the union again.
Yeah, because we've trained a whole lot of people.
How many years have you spent?
The years of the fight and the years of the settlement, or okay.
Of you being in the saddle.
I've just done my first.
So how many more years do you have?
I'm supposed to round up by next year.
Is it just one term?
No.
So they can still bring you back now. You see, you're sounding like, oh, no, I've had enough of this wahala. I want to go and face something else.
No, because it took way too much on me. And
good things don't come easy.
And because I was smart enough, I was able to juggle my business and PMAN, but PMAN needs like 100% concentration.
Keep juggling.
And we were able to. But I also have my first vice. There's a first vice, there's a second vice. There's media. There's Rugged Man, there's Asha Gangali, Zaki Aziz, Sonny Neji, Two-Face, MI. So these guys, Terry G. So these guys are learning. They've seen the successes that we've been able to achieve. So they are learning. They can go from wherever. I won't decide on the next tenor.
No, I will just wait. I will wait and say to you that there is the possibility that they will say, all right, let's have 4 more years of your time or 5 more years and all that. Because, you see, those geopolitical zones that you want to develop, they need the drive of someone who is the visionary. Apparently, you're the visionary. Yeah. They are supportive of the vision. They've bought into it. You can't leave it midway. You can't. So maybe I should start on their behalf, appealing to you, not to think of going anywhere. Because
no, sir, but I think I'm working with some of the smartest people in the industry.
I agree with that. And I congratulate you.
Thank you so much.
I congratulate you. Now, there's something about developing the music industry in Nigeria. You've spoken a little bit about it, but I want to particularly mention the issue of instrumentation, instrumentalists, singers going to learn how to sing, and then you said something about the business end of the music industry. How can we sustain our global attention now if we don't intentionally train musicians and hold up musicianship as a way of life?
Like you mentioned, sir, the building those structures was because we wanted to sustain the growth of Nigerian music. The growth of, I keep telling people, is what God gave us, the growth of Afrobeat. Now, it's there, but we need to sustain it for the next 30 years. And sustaining it means we need to put these structures in place. So those structures are coming with music academy, music school, business academy, business school, business of music school, meaning you've gone to learn the rudiment, playing the guitars and all that, to learn to sing, write songs, but you now need to learn how to manage your talent, how to monetize every aspect of your talent, how you could coordinate the business of touring, the business of releases, record releases and all that. So that's the actual side, and that will create another empire, another brainwave of young people paying 100% attention to that business of music. So which is going to create the sustainability for our industry and the Afrobeat genre.
Yeah, but you mentioned something about managing the business of your talent, or the business of your talent. It's not everybody who can manage themselves, you know.
Yeah.
There must also be an intentional attempt to develop trust in others who can help manage.
Now, if maybe not all the superstars, A-listers, B-listers, and C-listers will have time to go to the school, right? But other music managers, business, your road manager and all that, they will go to the school. So now we're creating more employment. You, the artist, the talent, will employ those people that are already be satisfied as gurus when it comes to business of music management and employ them.
Okay.
So that extends, that also sustains your popularity. That also sustains your touring. That also sustains your monetization in every aspect of the business.
Okay.
So these people might not have the time to go sit in a classroom and learn all that. But the road managers, the artist managers, the tour managers can learn. And now the main artists will start employing them. So it's also expanding and creating avenue for more employment.
Okay. And this you will do in all the 6 geopolitical zones?
We're already doing it in 2.
In 2.
So we'll do it in the remaining 4.
In the remaining 4. All right. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to visit the Bolanle days of Pretty Okafor. Stay tuned.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
You're welcome back. I still have Pretty Okafor. By the way, why do they call you Pretty?
My name is actually Pretty Roland Okafor. I'm actually from a royal home.
Okay.
But my first name, Pretty, is actually my native name. It's Machuku. It means beauty of God.
Well, yeah, no.
But my mother preferred
Pretty
instead of beauty.
Okay. Now, welcome back. We've been in the studio whilst we took a break. Now, Bolanle was a monumental hit of Junior and Pretty. It took you outside Nigeria, like you said, that's the album. But what would you say was responsible for the hit?
Because we were dealing with the commoners. It was the first time we bridged the gap between the young and the old, between the rich and the poor, between the high class and the low class. So everybody could understand the message. Everybody could understand the rhymes. Everybody could understand pidgin and even the vernacular, because we use the popular vernaculars. So people could associate with it. We didn't create music for one particular section of Nigeria, one particular section of people. So we created music for everybody. So it was a drive that the music was for all individuals. But the truth is that we didn't even, me and Junior, we didn't even know that it was going to be that big. We didn't even know that people will accept it, because before we did Monica, we've been discouraged. Our demo tape has been thrown out from, like I used Polygram, went to Polygram, and they threw our demo tape like 5 times out from the window. And they were like, what are you guys doing? You want to do something better. But when our record label, Storm Record, discovered that this brand of music can actually sell, because they are talking to the crowd. And when they now ventured into it, releasing our first work, which is that Monica, it sold everywhere. It had sold them, they couldn't manage the hype. So they had to broker a deal for Polygram now to come into
Polygram that became Premier Music.
Yeah, the Polygram that became Premier Music. The same Polygram that threw away our demo.
They now came back.
So it was, so that's why even with live, I do not take no for an answer. And I don't believe that to say, yeah, it's not possible. It's not in my dictionary. I don't talk about it. Just work towards it. Consistency. Keep working. It's going to work.
Okay, so that's like a life lesson for you, and it's something that you use to drive yourself,
Yes.
drive your vision.
Yes.
Now tell me about the day the Peaman House was opened. What was that like for you and for King Sunny Ade?
You know, a whole lot of the older musicians didn't even believe that it was going to happen. When we announced that we purchased our own house, first time, not rented, a whole lot of them didn't believe it. King Sunny Ade knows us. But again, he came because he wanted to witness. He wanted to be sure. And it's actually the first time I saw King when he came actually in my office, and he was speaking to me, and I saw King was emotional about. He said, "I never thought that Peaman would ever succeed
in his lifetime."
Yes, in his lifetime. And that he's happy. Why he's like this? He's happy because it's happening while he's still alive. And that was when King actually confirmed that the property actually belongs to Peaman. Not to Pretty and his team or to Pretty, yeah. So the excitement and again the surprise, like I like pulling surprises at people. When you think it's not going to happen, I like proving you wrong. So it keep happening. I'm excited because the older people are excited. If you get into the gallery of the foyer of Peaman, you see the past Peaman leaders there. You see the legends who are on a particular wall. You won't see us there. You won't see me and my escorts because we're serving. Maybe when we're done, our pictures will be
come
there. But it shows that yes, people also contributed. We respect, we appreciate them. But again, they paved the way to a better Peaman.
Now, because there is a better Peaman now, there is the fear of continuation or continuity. How are you going to ensure? You know, I remember we were saying something like, don't run off, but there will be term or tenure limitation. Whenever that is up, how are we going to ensure that it doesn't go back again? Especially since it's been proven now that you have a large membership that is believing in the leadership. So how are you going to ensure that that belief is not wasted?
Sustainability. While managing Peaman, we're also training a whole lot of people. Fortunately, they've learned the structure of my business ethic. So this range of people that are working in Peaman now know about integrity and transparency. And that's the watchword. That's what has kept the union moving forward. And over the years, I've tested them in a couple of other things to handle. And I know that's why I said, I'm fortunate to have the best brain, the best hand, the most sincere people working with me at this time. Along the line, a whole lot of people fell out of us because, again, you see, again, when you're sincere and you're working in the truth and spirit, negativities will be falling off. So only the truth remains. So that's what has happened. I'm not scared. If I formally, I would say, if I leave Peaman, they will sell the property. The radio station, they will sell it. But right now, if I leave, they can sustain it for the next, because there's a structure, there's a program, there's a rudiment of training that we've been able to put everybody through, and they're still going through it. So the structure has been monitored. That's why the structure has been monitored. Nobody can come in and do anything there because there's a trust that is monitoring the structure that's going on.
Okay, now, see, talk about development of trust, development of musicianship, and trainings, who are your partners for these academies that you are setting up?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We have 10 strings.
Okay.
10 strings is, should I use the words? I think the biggest music institution for the younger age.
Okay.
Now, yeah, so we're partnering with 10 strings for...
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria, yes.
Okay.
We're partnering with 10 strings for that. We're partnering with an U.S. creative industry business group. We're partnering with a Canadian music business school too for this whole academies that we're building. And we have also partnership with a bank that saw interest in what we're doing, and they partner with us all this while in managing and regulating the industry for us.
Okay, but you talked of banks. Do banks support music now?
They weren't supporting music before, but right now they are supporting music. They are supporting music because of what we've been able to create. I could tell you a bit. If you're a card carrying member, if you're a registered member of PMAN, and you need a loan to do some particular things, and you go through your application to the ESCOs and it's approved, the bank will give you the loan. The bank
because you're guaranteeing it.
Yes, because they are not going to come to that particular musician anywhere he is in the state, in 36 states. They are dealing with the ESCOs. For the ESCOs to approve, that means they know that person, they know they can. The ESCOs are going to monitor the growth of that person. So the banks, we have that agreement with the banks, and there's arrangement where we and the bank also monitor what they're doing with the money.
Yeah, we were talking about the membership. You said you believe that you're over 5 million.
We are over 5 million. We're over 5 million because I break it down. A bit. I'll use the example of Burna Boy. Burna Boy is on tour. Now, Burna Boy is not on tour with himself alone or himself and his band people. No, Burna Boy is on tour with his band people, his dancers, his management team. When I say his management team, his road manager, his music manager, his top manager. He's on the road with his fashion designer. He's on tour with his makeup artist.
Is the fashion designer also a member of PMAN?
No, if he's a team.
Okay.
Wardrobe. Okay, use the word wardrobe manager.
Okay.
He's the wardrobe manager. So so wardrobe manager that works with an artist is a member of PMAN.
He's a member of PMAN.
So
must be registered.
Yes. So when he's on tour with about 60, 100, 120 people, they are all PMAN members. So when we're designing this thing, like how many years back, I was wondering how come we're this much? How do we break it down until we started doing a couple of researches? At the time me and Junior started, just me and Junior were I think we're about 22 or 24. Yes, on the road. Because the band.
Okay, the act band was 2.
The act was 2, but our band, another 14.
Yes.
Now you have your manager, have your
road manager,
have your wardrobe manager, and all that. So everything was about 22 or so. So we're going on tour. That was then. So these guys go on tour with more larger people. That's why I keep telling people. They will say the crew that are going on film set and all that are huge. I said no. If 5 major artists go on tour, they're already employing like about 500 people or over 1,000 people. So you understand how. I'm also giving you the statistics so you understand how we're able to make money from purchasing.
Towards purchasing.
And
then sustaining your insurance policies.
Sustain our insurance policy and also be able to do our license for the radio and purchase the equipment for the radio.
Okay. So when are you likely to come on the air with your radio station? That's in the Lagos area?
Yes, in the Lagos area. Right now it's been installed.
Okay.
So all the equipment are in. So it's been installed, I think with, what do you call it?
Before the end of the year?
Yeah, it should be before the end of the year because they are coming to do the inspection and all that.
Inspection, okay. Okay, and then the zonal offices that you're planning, or let's not use the term offices, zonal operations.
Zonal operation, yes.
You understand me?
Geopolitical operations.
Geopolitical. The control is still going to be from the head of
It's going to be centralized.
Okay.
We don't want to leave any loophole in operation, right? Since we've gotten it right, we want to keep it that way.
Okay.
Because once there's a loophole, they take advantage of that. So what we've been trying to do since we got into PMAN is to close all the gaps and close all the loopholes. So the control is still going to be from Lagos. Even we have an office in Abuja, the control is still going to be from Lagos. So whatever that is happening in Abuja, happening in these other 4 geopolitical zones will be managed from the head office, Lagos.
And all the academies that will be over the six geopolitical zones, they're going to be running the same program?
They're going to be running the same program. Now, excuse me, because people in Calabar can't come to Lagos. Because if they come to Lagos, they'll need to...
It will be expensive for them.
So that's why we're taking the schools and the business...
As close to them as possible.
Close to them. Now, also understand that we have a huge number that we're controlling. So if we'd say everybody should come to Lagos or go to Abuja, there won't be space for learning. So that's why we're creating those geopolitical zone schools that are close to where they reside.
Yeah. Now, if we go back to your personal business, you from a musician, a performing musician, you morphed into a consultant. What do you do now?
I still run it. I still run my promotion outfit. I still run my marketing communication firm. I have a technology firm. If you Google Go Create Africa, I'm the owner of Go Create Africa. So I still run my technology firm.
Go Trade Africa.
Go Create.
Go Create
Go
Africa.
Create. One action word. Go Create. Like go and create.
Okay.
Go Create Africa.
Yeah.
I still running. I still own a music distribution platform.
Okay.
Go Distro.
Okay.
So somebody say my hands are full. No, I'm still young, so
you're still busy.
Still busy. That's the word.
You're still busy. Now, your vision is driven by somewhat personal commitment on your part. You told me that your children are musicians too.
Yeah. Not only at the time I came in together, I discovered that Sonny Nage's children play guitar and they sing. Zaki's children play and they sing. Then back home, my daughter plays violin. She sings. My son plays keyboard. He sings. My second son is a vocalist. He sings like man. My last son plays drum. So now I am this kind of person that will not tell them what they should do.
That's the best thing.
No, I don't get involved because I had issue with my folks, and if I had listened to them, maybe I would have been a poor man. But I refuse listening. So I refuse listening to them. So I don't try to force my kids in whatever they are doing. So I just guide them. So the drive why we're able to get PMAN together is also to prove that what if these kids decide to be musicians? Are we going to leave this whole messed up structure, messed up industry for them? At one time, they might ask, Daddy, you used to be a PMAN member. What did you people do?
What did you do?
So you understand? So I'm trying to avoid that question. That's why we paid 120% attention to get PMAN working.
Okay. So, are you satisfied with what you're doing?
Satisfaction is understatement. I'm excited. I'm pleased with what we're doing, but there's opportunity of doing more. There's opportunity of getting it better because, like I said, Lagos is going to be Mecca for global music industry. We are running against the time. So the speed where Afrobeat has gotten to, we didn't know it was going to get there.
That
so,
fast.
Yeah, that fast. So we need to also keep the pace.
Yeah.
So we're doing more. There's opportunity of doing more. There's focus and consistency of doing more, and we're going to do more.
Yeah, because where I agree with you is that I was reading this song by CK, Love Wanted.
Love Wanted, yeah.
It's that it's the first African song to achieve the 1 billion stream
yeah.
on Spotify.
Yeah. Never happened before.
No, you didn't say it, but that's unthinkable. That's unthinkable, you know.
So you understand what I'm saying? So you can imagine what these boys are doing. Now, the Americans and the Europeans, they are running after to catch up.
Yes.
Am I using the right word? We're so much on a speed that they are running, trying to catch up.
Yes.
You can see what Rema is doing around Asia.
Rema. Even CK, I heard that he played a concert in India and the whole place was filled.
Yes. Now,
and they were singing along.
They were singing along, but let me tell you, that is they are closing down stadiums that even the Americans couldn't do.
Yes.
So that's why back home we need to
be organized,
properly organized.
Yes.
We need to put all our thoughts and focus together. It's an opportunity to take over the world, both in music and in structure. So we need to work towards it.
Okay. Let me wish you the very best as you lead the team and you realize the vision that you have set for yourself. My guest has been Pretty Okafor, P-Man President, Pretty of Junior and Pretty. But more than that, he's an accomplished gentleman who sees a bright future for the performing musicians of Nigeria. Thank you very much, Pretty.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Until we have another edition of the program, it's been Timeless Conversations. Have a good time.